tako radi sigurno da nije jasno. Jer pointer, aha, evo ga, ovaj drugi ćemo onda. Radi.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Zagreb and welcome to the Bender Final Conference 2026. My name is Ana Leko-Vučković and it is my great pleasure to be your host today. At the beginning, I have to apologize. We had some technical issues, so we couldn't connect Slido, but you can ask questions on the YouTube. We are gathered here at a very significant moment. This is the culminating event of a 3-year European project that has brought together partners, researchers, local authorities and citizens from 5 Central and Eastern European countries: Croatia, Estonia, Poland, Romania and Slovenia. The CEESEN-BENDER project was funded by European Union's LIFE program and launched in September of 2022. Its mission was to tackle the challenge of energy poverty in multi-apartment buildings built between the Second World War and the 1990s, homes that are often poorly insulated, expensive to heat, and difficult to renovate. Over 3 years, the project has trained more than 3,500 homeowners, landlords, and building managers, developed 30 building-level renovation roadmaps covering around 1,500 apartments, built a network of over 30 energy professionals advising vulnerable households, and launched 2 digital tools to help communities prioritize and plan renovation. Today, you will hear the results, the tools, and the stories behind that work, and in our afternoon panels, we will connect all of this to the bigger policy picture across Europe. And now it is my honor to invite our first speaker to the stage. I'm inviting Miljenka Kuhar, Executive Director of DOR, the Society of Sustainable Development Design here in Zagreb, to officially open the conference. Miljenka, please. Applause, please.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you for coming to Zagreb. I know that for a lot of you it was a long distance to travel, and for some of us it was a bit complicated this morning because we have, as Anna said a bit earlier, a lot of technical difficulties because, as you know, the conference is being held live and online, so we had the best intention of using Slido, but unfortunately it crashed our computer, so we will be doing it like old-fashioned way without Slido, and if you have questions, just raise your hands. So as Anna said earlier, I did prepare a bit of a speech because I'm not a great speaker from my top of my head. So I will tell you a bit about the project and what we have intended to do with it back in 2022 when the initial idea came of the project and when we wrote the application to the LIFE program. And then we have been successful and the project officially started in September 23rd. So the idea was actually to explore a bit further the term of energy renovation and the special renovations of multi-apartment buildings because they are maybe the key components of just and inclusive energy transitions. So they are extremely relevant in the world where we are trying to promote the efficiency, energy efficiency first principle. And in 22nd, when we were writing the project, the situation was a bit different than it is in 2026. So over the past 3 years, there has been a lot of changes, both in political and economical context as well. So, as you know, on the political level, we have some revisions made to directives on energy efficiency. There are new amended directive on energy performance of buildings. At the national level, we have, based on this EPBD, new national building renovation plans. We also have revised NSCPs, and there has been a new plan that's called Social Climate Plan. So all these plans are putting in the center energy renovation as key component of energy transition, and they're making it like a central pillar of energy transition, actually. But you're also aware that there has been a lot of changes on geopolitical level as well, on global level. So there has been a lot of changes in international relations, particularly energy market in different circumstances related to energy market. So energy security has become one of the fundamental political and social issues actually that we are now talking about and discussing recently, because there has been a lot of disruption in supply chain, there has been a lot of instability in energy prices, and there are growing economic uncertainties that are actually increasing vulnerabilities of already vulnerable energy consumers. So when we are taking all this into account, we believe that the issue of just and inclusive energy transition is no longer only a matter of long-term climate goals or energy goals. It has become like the key issue of social stability, security, and resilience of our society. So this is one of the reasons why it's today, like at this conference, but not only on the conference, but today as a broader term. Really important to discuss how to make energy transition even fairer and how to more clearly promote the energy efficiency first principle, and how to explain to citizens that energy renovation is financially beneficial in the long run. So, as you all know, through your own personal work and through this project as well, the issue of energy renovation is also closely connected to the issue of energy poverty, which unfortunately affects a lot of people across the EU and Europe as well. And particularly that's the case in Central and Eastern European countries, because there's a large proportion of population that is living in multi-apartment buildings that have very low energy efficiency and unfortunately high energy losses. So through this project, the CEESEN-BENDER project, partners have spent the last 3 years identifying barriers, how to slow down, barriers that are actually slowing down the renovation of multi-apartment buildings. And we tried to develop different tools to support citizens, to analyze different financial models, and to connect local communities, energy agencies, experts, and decision makers in order to try to ease some of the burdens and make some of the barriers go away. So one of our project's, I would say, greater strength is that it did not remain only on theoretical level and only on the level of the recommendations, because you will see through today's agenda that partners did develop a lot of different tools and different models that will foster energy transition and that will help communities and citizens to participate more easily in renovation processes, especially the ones who are being affected by energy poverty or energy vulnerability. So one of also the strengths of today's program and today's conference and the CEESEN-BENDER project as a whole is that it demonstrates the interdisciplinarity of the topic of energy renovation and energy poverty as well, because we will be discussing, and we have been discussing these topics through the project as well, renovation plans, different financial models, energy observatories, different digital tools, as well as different experiences from different cities, local communities, and sister projects that have been implemented at the EU level at the same time. This conference and the meetings like this are very important because they actually encourage cooperation between different partners at the European level, but also at the national and local level. And they strengthen the ties between local communities and local stakeholders and collaboration between public sector, financial institutions, experts and citizens. So we have tried do this through the program, through the conference, to instigate somehow and to make the conference space safe space for dialogue, exchange of different experience, and creation of potentially new partnerships in the future. So I really hope that this conference will serve not only as an opportunity to present the project results, but also to become a platform for generating new ideas, new collaborations, and new initiatives that will maybe one day result in new project proposals or in new successful projects. So finally, I would really like to thank all the project partners who are here today and the ones who unfortunately were not able to be here in person but are following us online. To the organizers and to all the speakers. Some of you came from all over Europe to be here with us, and to all the participants that came. I'm really grateful that you are here. I really hope that the conference will be beneficial to you, that you will make new connections, that you will learn something new, that you will comment, that you will ask questions, ask us if there is something that you think that we might do better, and you have some new idea on how some solutions might work. So I really wish you all successful and inspiring conference and many fruitful discussions throughout the day. Thank you, and we will see each other around.
Thank you, Miljenka. Our first session takes us through the core of outcomes of the CEESEN-BENDER project, from overarching goals and impact to survey data from across the region, practical digital tools, and the policy recommendations that 3 years of work have produced. Now we have 5 presentations, 20 minutes each. To kick off our first session, we turn to Matija Eppert, who has been leading this project from the very start. Matija is a senior expert in DOOR. In CEESEN-BENDER project goals and impact, he will give us the full picture, what the project set out to achieve, how a partnership across 5 countries actually work in practice, and what 3 years of effort have produced. Matija, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to our conference. Today I will represent you the achievements we did in the last 3 years and across 5 countries. But not only that, also the lessons we learned and how we believe this project can inspire the lasting change. So, okay. So let's start with the reality we are facing, and that is that 40% of EU's total energy is consumed by buildings. But as we already heard, the problem is not only that most of the buildings in Central and Eastern Europe are built between after the Second World War and up until 1990s. These buildings were not built to be energy efficient. Because of that, many people are struggling with high energy bills, struggling to keep homes warm, have damp walls, mold, poor ventilation. Also, the problem is that most of the gas, most of the 50% of the gas in the EU is consumed by buildings for warming and cooling. So it's not just a climate issue, it's an issue of energy security also. And at the end, I think you all know that we have 1% of building stock that goes in deep renovation each year. So this is just a not so big number, and it will take decades for EU to achieve their goals in the renovation. So because of all that, CEESEN-BENDER is a crucial project here. where we are not just trying to drive renovation, but also to create models that can be replicated and also accelerate renovation. So I think you all heard about general information about our project. Just to emphasize that in this project we try to trigger 22.5 million euros that can be focused on energy renovation. So full title is Building Intervention in Vulnerable Districts Against Energy Poverty. Because of that, our main object is to empower energy vulnerable households in multi-apartment buildings to participate in energy renovation, to have their voice, to understand renovation, to be left behind, because more often those that are well off, well informed and quick on applications to subsidies get this help, but not those that are needed the most. I just want to show you our project partners for across 6 countries, Slovenia, Poland, Romania, Estonia, and Germany. And we have also 4 associated partners, housing cooperatives from Estonia and Poland, and building managers from Croatia. So how to achieve our main goal? We focused on our 6 core objectives. First, to support vulnerable households to participate in energy renovation. Second, to analyze regulatory barriers, market, technical, and social barriers. Third, we focused on developing, and we developed tools, digital tools that can focus subsidies in renovation programs to those most vulnerable. We also created and are in the process of creating 30 building level roadmaps, 5 pilot area roadmaps, and also we are building capacity. We trained energy experts how to advise most vulnerable households. We trained also homeowners, tenants, building managers, building representatives on the benefits of energy renovation, not just in the sense of energy savings, but also in the sense of health aspects of this process. And at the end, we are focused on advocate on a local level, on a national level, and on an EU level. So these are the locations where our project activities were implemented and are still being implemented. In Croatia, we have town of Čakovec. In Slovenia, region Spodnje Podravje. In Estonia, city of Tartu. In Poland, city of Warsaw. And in Romania, municipality of Alba Iulia. We have different countries with different legal system, different ownership structures, different culture, and this is the most promising picture, because we share our differences in knowledge and experience, and that is the beauty of this project. So here are some of key achievements at our project. Most of you heard of them at the beginning, but let me just go a little bit deeper. 30 building level roadmaps. We have 6 buildings in its pilot countries that are picked for this project, analyzed, and for that we will create roadmaps that will explain technical aspects, financial aspects, social aspects, every step of the way how the renovation works, something that they can easily read and benefit from these roadmaps, and maybe convince them they can go to the renovation with more knowledge and bravery. About the roadmaps, our colleagues from partners from Romania on the next presentations will go a little bit in detail, and you will hear about what we are trying to do with them. Second, we reached with these buildings, we reach more than 1,500 homeowners, tenants. Also, we trained more than 3,500 people, from homeowners, tenants, building managers, building representatives, and so on. We tried, of course, through our workshops, seminars, Q&A sessions, try to deliver the benefits of energy renovation, the steps, trying to transfer knowledge to them to better understand, to simplify this renovation for them. Also, we reached 750 vulnerable households, energy poor households. Some of our activities we did by consulting these households. We went to their homes. We advised them on how to save energy. We also brought little energy-saving packages that maintained energy-saving light bulbs and some draft seals for windows and doors. And also, we trying to create something sustainable, like network of energy professionals that are trained into how to advise energy vulnerable households. We trained them all, 30 of them and more. And also we developed policy documents. Later on I will tell you about them more in detail, but with these policy documents, as you heard of, we tried to understand the situation in every country. Try to, by this understanding, try to define where are the barriers and try to suggest the solutions. With these documents and all the experience from the activities, we will try to advocate to the national and EU level. This is a picture for you to see our impact of the project, impact on energy savings. The blue is the impact that we'll do by the end of the project in our 3 years, and green is the 5 years after the project, what will be the impact. So you can see also the impact of generating energy from renewable energy sources and also reducing CO2. As you can see, I also already mentioned the investment that we want to trigger in energy renovation, and also after 5 years you see that investment will grow to 32 million. And also I just wanted to show you that for the energy savings, we also did it with behavioral change with the people that attended our workshops, seminars, and Q&A sessions, and all other activities. So practical tools that we want to last after our project ends. Building a prioritizing tool that uses social and economic data and also technical data from the buildings. With this data, we can generate a list of buildings that are most in need of energy renovation. This was done by our partners from Estonia. We also have a return of investment calculator. Also later on you will hear more in detail about this calculator from our partners from Poland. And we have training materials for energy professionals that our partners from Germany, Climate Alliance, did. With these training materials, we want to train energy experts, but also building representatives, building managers, to try to create advisory services tailored specifically for the needs of the most vulnerable ones. So, regarding the policy and regulatory documents, we have national policy briefs. Later on, we will have a presentation about that. We have technical economic barriers, building level barriers, pilot area roadmaps, and feasibility study, in which we concluded that despite the technical potential, there is, because of the low electricity prices and complex legal system, this hinders the broader implementation of the energy communities in multi-apartment buildings. So our advocacy goals are enhanced support program, improve data access on building energy performance and energy poverty, better integration of renewable energy sources with incentives and simplified procedures, and most of all, strengthen the partnership again between municipalities, owners, residents, and all other stakeholders in the energy renovation process. So, key lessons: trust is essential. Better face-to-face engagement than digital shortcuts to replace it. Solution must be tailored to the local ownership and housing arrangements, legal frameworks and cultural context, of course. When we talk to vulnerable households, we don't just have to think about technical aspect, but also the mental aspect of their situation. And one of the examples is peer-to-peer knowledge transfer through demonstration buildings, a great example to transfer knowledge among partners and others interested in it. And also data. Data matters because subsidies goes to the fastest applicants, not to those that are in most need. Just quick on the replication strategy. We started with our replication strategy with seminars and workshops, not just in pilot sites, but also we disseminate to other municipalities that were not part of our project. We had international study visits across regions, and we also have more than 5 countries to transfer knowledge. And at the end, I just want to leave you with some takeaways. Yes, vulnerable homeowners can be empowered to renovate. Yes, digital tools can be target subsidies to those in greatest need. Yes, cross-collaboration with partners from Central and Eastern Europe on buildings more than 40 years old can be efficient. And lasting change is possible when communities lead the way. So at the end, thank you for your attention, and if you want to learn more about our project in detail or contact us in any way for a collaboration with us, you can visit our site store, you can email us or phone us, and also all the results that I showed you today can also be are available on CEESEN homepage. That's our official, where our official homepage of the project is. Thank you all.
Thank you, Matija. Has anybody some questions for Matija? No? Okay. Just for the record, if you have any questions, you can ask them after each presentation or at the end of this session. One of the foundational questions this project set out to answer is what does energy poverty actually look like on the ground across 5 very different countries? To find out, the team conducted an extensive survey across the region, and the person who led that work is Tomislav Cik, who will present the findings in the energy poverty survey results from CEE countries, a data-driven portrait of the challenge we are collectively trying to solve. Mr. Cik will join us online. Are we connecting? Okay, thank you.
My sound is on. Greetings everyone. I'm not sure if you can hear or see me. I'm told that you can. First of all, I would like to thank Miljenka and Matija for the opening words. I'm happy to be with you, even if virtually, and even if I can't actually see or hear you until my presentation ends, but I will be following the remaining part of the program via live stream. So, like Matija, I'm also from the association DOR, which, apart from being the coordinator of the project Bender, was also most responsible for designing and monitoring the implementation of a research survey, which I'm going to talk about in this presentation. So I hope that the slide rolled correctly. My main goal in this presentation is to briefly sort of show what we aimed to learn with this survey, how the data were collected, and what only some of the findings can tell us about only some, I would say, aspects of energy poverty, of energy efficiency and renovations, of course in the context of multi-apartment buildings in our CEESEN-BENDER pilot areas. But before moving to the survey itself, I would like to briefly clarify perhaps what this presentation does and perhaps does not aim to do today. So what I will present today is based on the work carried out under a specific task, which focused on surveying energy poverty risk in the project partner countries. So in this sense, my goal today is to primarily give a sort of a snapshot overview, let's say, of one of the project's key target groups, which are the residents of multi-apartment buildings in our pilot sites. More precisely, I will focus on only some aspects of energy poverty, including reported housing conditions, thermal comfort, affordability, and of course energy renovation experiences and participation in building level decisions. And what I will not do today is present a peer-reviewed scientific article, because we have not published or even processed data in this way, or I will not claim any causal effects of renovation. The analysis I'm going to show you is purely, that we conducted, is purely exploratory, I would say, and descriptive. At this point, in any case, and it's about more about showing patterns, more about comparing pilot area context, and really, I would say, opening questions for discussions for future research, and of course in today's context. In the context of the project, I would say the survey at a certain point helped us better understand residents' needs and the challenges they face, of course, in relation to the mentioned topics. So in this sense, I hope it will help you as well when talking and thinking today about the populations of our pilot sites. And I certainly do hope it can be further, let's say, utilized to help shape this evidence-based and more targeted support for our key target groups, even after the project ends. And here it is also important to say that the survey itself was not exclusively focused on energy poverty, although it is one, of course, of key concerns behind the research. I will focus today only on selected indicators commonly linked to energy poverty in one way or another, of course. And as you can see, these are some of the specific questions that kind of frame the findings I will present. But before that, a little bit maybe about the methodology. So here you can see the most important points. I will not go through each of them. I would maybe highlight that apart from those, it is perhaps important to say that the sampling frame was actually built locally. So the project partners really relied mostly on existing knowledge for this, but also building managers in some cases to really identify eligible buildings in each pilot area. Also, the sample was cross-sectional. This just means that each household was surveyed once. So fieldwork did take place over several months, but the data still kind of represents one survey wave. So it is not kind of this before and after kind of a measurement when talking about renovated and unrenovated building comparisons, as you will see. And also the survey was conducted live, so face-to-face, and pretty much after contacting the household, the surveyors tried to reach the household member most familiar with housing and energy related aspects, so-called the head of the household sometimes. And of course, since the survey was relatively extensive, sometimes even complex, project partners from pilot areas really engage with local communities to help present the project first, and of course the survey itself. So this, in my opinion, really helped when the surveys from the contracted research organization actually conducted the field work. So perhaps before moving to the main part of the results, these slides give a brief, more or less, socio-demographic context of the sample. Overall, we reached more than 2,000 respondents across the 5 pilot areas with the planned sample size achieved in all sites and even exceeded in some cases, like in Tartu in Estonia. And across all pilot areas, just to mention some key characteristics, when looking at a total sample, women were more represented in the sample, and the sample is, I would say, dominantly composed of owners with or without mortgages, and there is also a substantial share of older residents. And of course, even if though we do not have time to go through this in detail, it is still evident that our local socio-demographic profiles differ quite clearly. So, for example, in Ptuj, we have in Slovenia, we have a more older and retired sample, while in Warsaw, on the other hand, has a noticeably younger responder profile, and so on. So, hopefully, while I was talking, your eyes sort of gravitated towards your country of interest, and as we do not have time to go over this in detail, and I would like to actually now move to the, perhaps, let's call them main survey findings. So, this is one of the survey instruments that can point at least to both energy inefficiency and household energy poverty risk. So respondents were basically asked whether 10 specific problems were present in their dwelling, such as mold, such as damp, draft through doors and windows, etc. And looking only at these 4 most frequently reported figures, the problems that you can see on the figure, the overall pattern, I would say, is very clear. So all of them are reported less often in renovated buildings, and the figure also shows where the largest reduction are made, so on average, of course. So what you can see on this figure kind of represents the entire sample, while the text that you can see below talks about some local differences, and at this local level we can see that the picture is more uneven. So Ptuj stands out, for example, with the highest, let's call them residual problems in renovated buildings, while Čakovec, Warsaw, and Alba Iulia show the lowest reported problems in renovated stock, and so on. So overall, this kind of suggests that renovated buildings are associated with better reported housing conditions, although the very extent of improvement and the remaining problems sort of differ across pilot areas. Moving on, this figure shows the results for the questions that asked whether respondents had been late in paying utility bills in the last 12 months, solely for financial reasons, of course, including electricity, including gas, water, heating bills. This is, to some of you, I imagine, a fairly familiar and often reported energy poverty indicator. And compared to the previous slide, the pattern here is less uniform, I would say. And looking overall, areas are slightly lower in renovated buildings, but this difference, as you can see, is not large, 8.9 to 7.5. The clearest local difference is that in Warsaw, and here we can see that the share of those reporting areas is much lower in the renovated buildings, while for other cases like Čakovec, they show very low risk in both groups. But then looking at Ptuj, for example, in Slovenia, we see no major differences related to renovation. So what is also interesting here is the structure of these repeated areas, so 2 or more times. So in Čakovec, in Croatia, in Alba Iulia in Romania, and Ptuj in Slovenia, the share of respondents reporting areas 2 or more times is actually higher in renovated buildings. And this kind of suggests that affordability challenges do not simply disappear, of course, with renovation. This, of course, is not a finding that is totally original. It is reflected in other studies, not something entirely new or even unexpected. But in any case, I would say it is useful to take into account these differences we are talking about, but that we also must keep reminding ourselves that affordability and other energy poverty aspects are not to be sort of like explained away by the simple fact whether a building is renovated or not. So this depends, of course, more or less on a wider local and social context, as our findings do suggest, as I also think all of you already imagine yourselves. So following up on that, these two figures combine two related indicators. So the line shows this kind of average reported thermal comfort on a scale from 1 to 5. So higher values meaning higher comfort. The bars show the share of respondents who said they cannot afford to keep their home either pleasantly warm in the winter or cool in the summer. So, and what we can see in winter, this is this upper blue figure, the overall pattern is pretty much also clear. Residents in renovated buildings report higher comfort, and fewer of them say that they cannot afford warmth. This is not included in the slide, but at the total sample level, we see around 90% of respondents in renovated buildings describing winter comfort as either pleasant or extremely pleasant, when compared with roughly 70% in unrenovated buildings. So the difference is quite visible when isolating locally for Estonia and Poland, and to some extent in Croatia. In Romania, the difference between buildings is quite smaller, and Ptuj again stands out with the highest, I would say, remaining share of respondents who cannot afford adequate warmth even in renovated buildings. And comfort, it is still somewhat larger, I would say higher in renovated buildings overall, and this inability to afford cooling is also lower overall. However, cooling is interesting because it remains a much more common, let's say, affordability issue than warmth in winter. Especially this is true in Tartu, somewhat in Alba Iulia and Ptuj, as we can see on the lower figure. So Warsaw is also interesting here because it shows one of the strongest reductions in inability to afford cooling in renovated buildings. The main message here is that renovation is associated with better thermal comfort in our cases, especially in winter, but affordability problems remain, and cooling may point to an interesting and important summer dimension of energy poverty in some pilot areas. So Moving on, this table quickly shifts the focus from the household level to the building level. And what we can see is that satisfaction with energy efficiency of the building is higher in a renovated building in every pilot area. This is true, and this is pretty much common sense confirmed in all sites. And especially large differences can be seen in Čakovec and Tartu. And what is also interesting here is, in our case, that Ptuj almost a third of residents we can see in renovated buildings are still not satisfied with its energy efficiency. And what we also noticed is this shift in reported problem clusters, let's call them. So in unrenovated buildings, residents mostly point to envelope-related issues. So of course, facades, roofs, windows, doors, etc. Sometimes ventilation is present, which interestingly remains unaffected by renovations. In some cases, like in Warsaw and Tartu. On the other hand, in renovated buildings, problems arise in these types of shared systems and common areas you can see on the far right column. So in our cases, this was drainage, sewage, elevators, and so on. And this topic of common areas and shared systems kind of brings us to the last result slide, because in multi-apartment buildings, we think, and you may agree or may not, addressing pre-renovation or the post-renovation problems, if you will, depend not only on technical solutions, of course, but also on things like joint ownership, communication, participation, all these concepts and terms and processes, really. So in this sense, the upper figure shows that the acceptance of joint ownership is generally higher in renovated buildings. So we have fewer respondents that reject the idea, and we have full acceptance that increases overall. Locally, Čakovec here stands out with the clearest shift toward full acceptance when renovated. And the lower figure, on the other hand, shows that residents are more often informed than involved. And we can also see that renovated buildings generally perform somewhat better on information, with involvement kind of remaining this, let's say, larger gap. So, and here we can see that Warsaw is perhaps, let's say, clearest bottleneck, and Ptuj also shows comparatively stronger involvement in renovated buildings. So, after seeing and hearing about a lot of numbers and statistics, they all point to relatively simple insights, I would say, but those that are necessary to bring, I would say, to mind and keep them there for the remaining of the conference, and of course the remaining of your professional work on these topics. And these are that quickly renovated buildings generally show better reported housing condition, higher perceived energy efficiency, and higher thermal comfort. We see, however, that energy poverty indicators do not improve uniformly across pilot areas. These affordability aspects remain strongly context dependent, if you will, so lower areas or better comfort does not automatically follow from renovation status in our case. So cooling affordability is interesting here because it remains an important issue for future analysis, perhaps, especially as a summer dimension of energy poverty. And the renovation should be understood, as we explained briefly on the last slide, not only as a technical intervention, but also as a social and governance process involving residents, co-owners, and building level actors. And I think I would like to end here because I think I have may have exhausted all of my time for the speaking part. I thank you for your attention, and will gladly take any of your questions or comments, of course, if you happen to have any.
Are there any questions for Mr. Tick? Yes, please. No? Thanks.
Thank you. Hi, Tomislav, Elise here. You can't see me, but we see you well. Thank you for the overview. I think it's very interesting. I still hope that we can have this overview article on the CEESEN page available for future references as well. I just wanted to ask, have you or do you plan to communicate these results to the local municipalities, or at least to the specialists who are coordinating the renovations on local level, so that hopefully they could make better decisions based on this very good insight. I know that you said that it's not like fully representative sample, but I still think that it gives a very nice insight into these dynamics that happen with these vulnerable groups across the renovated and non-renovated buildings. Thank you.
Any more questions, maybe, for Tomislav? Online? There are no questions online, so I think we can proceed with the next presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry? Tomislav, would you like to answer to Elis or later on? Tomislav, do you hear us? Did you hear what Elis was? He doesn't hear us. So you ask something.
Okay. Ne čuje. Idemo dalje. Okay, sorry, we will move on. Knowing the scale of the problem is one thing, but how do you convince a building owner to actually invest in renovation? That's where our next presenter comes in.
Okay, so...
I'm sorry. Nastavljam ili Tomislav odgovara? Okay, sorry, technical issues. Julia Bartkowiak is an architect and project specialist at the Mazovia Energy Agency in Warsaw, and she has been working on one of the most practical tools to come out of the Bender project, a simple renovation ROI calculator that helps building owners and local authorities understand the financial return on renovation investment. Ms. Bartkowiak, welcome to the stage.
Thank you. Yes, thank you for the introduction and welcome everybody. I will be presenting the simple return on investment calculator. That is an easy-to-use online tool that helps assess whether renovating a multi-apartment building is financially worthwhile. By entering key data such as energy consumption, renovation costs, and property value, users receive clear results on the expected return on investment and the payback period. The tool was developed within the CEESEN-BENDER project to support better decision-making on energy renovation of multi-apartment buildings in Central and Eastern Europe. Many building owners, housing associations, and municipalities understand that renovation can reduce energy costs, but they often hesitate because of the high upfront costs and uncertainty about the financial benefits. And this is especially important now, as renovation costs are increasing and energy prices remain a major concern for households. So in many cases, people need clear and practical information before deciding whether to invest in insulation and new windows and heating systems or renewable energy sources. So this tool was created to help users compare the renovation costs with the expected benefits and to present the results in a simple and transparent way, making it easier to explain why the renovation can be a reasonable long-term investment. So, in short, a return on investment shows how much benefit is gained compared to the cost of an investment. In the case of building renovation, it helps answer the question, how much of the renovation cost can be recovered each year through energy savings and added value. And a higher return on investment means that the renovation brings stronger financial benefits, while the payback period shows how many years it may take for the investment to recover its costs. So to start off, I will show you where you can find our tool. If you open the CEESEN.org web page, you can find our resources and tools right away. And you can click on the link to the tool on the screen visible here. And if you're on your mobile phone, you can simply scan the QR code and follow along with the instructions while I'm explaining how to fill in the tool. So I'll give you a couple of seconds to do so. Okay. So when the page loads, this is what you should see. And on the main screen, there's an instruction on how to translate the browser into your preferred language. And it was made so that every user in your municipality and in your housing association, no matter what language they speak, they can access the tool without any difficulties. And you can simply allow the translation of the browser to your preferred language. The tool also includes the quick user guide in all 6 partner countries' languages. And it explains all of the steps that I will be now also presenting. So the tool is basically primarily for the project managers, municipal staff, housing associations, and building owners, but also for anyone who's interested in seeing if the renovation pays off. To use the tool, it's better to use conservative estimates and all the input data, so the results are not misleading and too optimistic. And if we don't know this data, it's better to choose either dummy values or regional averages. And the user guide explains, uses the euros as a currency, but I will use Polish currency in my example as I'm presenting a building from Poland. However, the currency that you choose does not change the return on investment, nor does the payback, because those are ratios and not absolute values. But if you want to change the currency, you can do so in the drop-down menu. So in the first section, it's about the building information and energy profile of the building. So first we fill in any basic information about the building, that is the identification. So it could be an address or any internal code that we use to identify the building. Then we can either tick off yes if we have if we know the total building conditioned area. If we don't, then we can put the number of apartments in the building, but only taking into account the residential units and not commercial ones, and the conditioned area, average conditioned area of one apartment. And these information can be found in the building project or energy audit. And then we input the specific energy consumption before and after renovation project. This can be the before can be taken from the recent utility bills or from the energy audit or the estimation from the region of non-renovated buildings. And the after, just as before, but like for the renovated buildings in our area. If we're also implementing any on-site renewable energy sources, we also put that data in, the data about the production estimation after the project implementation. And the tool should calculate the specific energy savings total building conditioned area if that area was not given by us previously, and the total heating energy savings for the entire building. And when we put all the data in, this is what the calculator should show us, all the results regarding the total net energy savings. In section B, our input data are cost savings related to energy savings and renewable energy sources. And here our input data is the cost of energy and electricity that could be taken from local tariffs or our utility bills, and the cost of equipment operation and maintenance per year. And like I said, I'm using a Polish currency, but you can choose whichever currency you are using. And the results show the savings related to energy use reduction and the use of renewable energy sources after the project implementation. And here we can see what the tool is calculating when I input the data. And the section C, we fill in the renovation project costs. If we have each category of costs, such as elaboration costs, labor, construction materials, and so on, separately, we can fill in each section, and the tool will calculate the split of total costs of each category, as well as the sum of the costs. But if we only know the total renovation project cost, that is also fine, and we fill in just that one number. And this is exactly what I did in the example. So the tool didn't have to calculate anything in this case. And the last section is the contribution to the real estate market value increase. So our input data here is the price per square meter before the renovation and after renovation. And this data can be taken from real estate market listings of our building or a similar building before renovation and after renovations. And the last data that I'm putting in is the estimated renovation project lifespan, which can be taken from material from manufacturer warranties, because this depends on the type and quality of construction materials and all the measures that we are implementing in our renovation project. And typically for insulation, it could be 30 to 40 years, for windows 20, 30, and so on. And the result is the yearly contribution to the real estate market value increase, as well as the specific market price increase of real estate after renovation per square meter, and the total market value increase after renovation. So in my example, the estimated renovation project lifespan is 30 years, and this is important because in our last calculation results, we will get the return on investment in percentage per year. So how much of the investment yearly is being returned after the project, and the payback period expressed in years. So how long will it take for the project to pay back? And in my example, The return on investment is 3.32% per year, and it will take 30.1 years to pay back for the renovation. So how do we know if the project is feasible? In general, the payback period should be shorter than the lifespan of the project. But that is good to know beforehand. So this tool shows us that maybe we should reevaluate some measures taken within the project, and maybe try finding some other ways to save for savings or implement more renewable energy sources. Therefore, make this payback period shorter than the lifespan. And the tool does not make the final decision for us, but it helps us understand whether the project is financially realistic. And yeah. So if you use the tool, we'd really appreciate it if you, at the bottom of the page, you can find this feedback form. And if you share your opinion with us so that we can improve it, that would be great. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much for showing us this really useful tool. And now, 5 countries, 5 cities, 5 very different contexts, and 5 pilot area roadmaps that map out the path to renovation for thousands of households. Tiberiu Toma from the Alba Local Energy Agency in Romania has been responsible for bringing all of that together into a coherent comparative picture. A specialist in sustainable development, communication and public participation, Mr. Toma will present synthesis of building renovation pilot area roadmaps across 5 CEE countries, what we've planned, what we built and what we learned. Mr. Toma, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Let's bring it together. Okay, my presentation is on the renovation roadmaps. I'm supposed to give a synthesis on that. So my presentation will not clearly present specific data, exhaustive data, comprehensive data from each of the roadmaps. I'm going to try to have a comparative insight on how each partner approached, given the local specific. What we need to understand from the beginning is that the roadmaps were an important activity in the project, and we partners, we did not want to focus just on the infrastructure. We wanted to have to focus also on transforming the buildings, the aging buildings, into a more human-centric, comfortable to live in places for the citizens. At the beginning, just a few words on the development framework of the roadmaps. Alea was the coordinator, so we acted just coordinating the activities. We proposed a certain structure, and the elaboration was on each partner's side. We also ensured a certain methodological consistency to it. The roadmaps, in fact, are some strategic guides for deep building renovation in the CEE regions. As coverage, the roadmaps encompass the 5 regions: Croatia, Estonia, Poland, Romania, and Slovenia. The Slovenian partners chose the roadmaps to cover 2 pilot areas. We had a delivery milestone. It was the roadmaps were ready at the end of the 2025, so they were not quite put to test in the municipalities. There was no time for that yet. Now, getting into the core information, like all roadmaps, we need to have a vision. The vision is a shared one. It was clear at the beginning. It was a human-centric, just energy transition roadmap. The visions, all the 5 visions basically stood on 3 pillars. Sorry, on 3 pillars. It was all about prioritizing health, comfort, and quality of life. Also protecting the vulnerable, and we wanted to build an ecosystem of cooperation with these roadmaps. Also, there are some regional nuances in the visions in terms of goals. Some needed to respect the urban cultural heritage, others wanted to ensure mass scale and equity in maps. Also, the timelines differ in the visions, but in terms of short-term and long-term visions. First of all, we needed to have a starting line. We understood that the starting line is quite shared because the map context have similar aspects, and we soon understood that in these areas the built environment is flooded with Soviet era maps, large concrete-dominated, highly energy inefficient blocks of flats with really divergent heating realities. Also, the governance was a shared starting line. We understood that there is a fragmented private ownership structure with very high level ownership rates, and we also found that these rely heavily on building managers. Also, we understood from the beginning that the renovation involves a series of issues, financial, technical, and administrative issues. First, in terms of financial, the difficulty was to reconcile large-scale investments with the inability to energy poor residents to contribute to co-financing. Then a technical start was the challenge between doing cheap fixes versus quite deep renovations that actually are required to meet climate goals. And also some administrative hurdles, like the mismatch between the urgency to renovate, but also facing the slow bureaucratic reality of the regions. Soon, the partners identified the main drivers and the main challenges. These are quite similar in the regions. First, as the main motivators are the high heating and utility cost in these maps, the need to improve indoor thermal comfort, and also in many places the need to repair the technical infrastructure. And also shared motivator was the availability of national and EU grants. As challenges, it was also said, some of them were also said, fragmented ownerships, heavy reliance on individual heating systems, the complexity of applications, in some areas the strict cultural heritage limitations, and also some lacks, some gaps, lacks of baseline data, lacks of low interest loans for the energy poor, and lack of energy experts, which are also certified. As said before, the roadmaps wanted to include people in the center. So we wanted to analyze the partners, wanted to analyze the energy poverty and energy poverty in the regions. So we have a so-called energy poverty landscape. I'm not talking very much about this because my esteemed colleague will talk about this later on. However, just a few words. There is an estimated 23 or 0.55% of the population that is exposed to energy poverty, to hidden energy poverty, which means that they are not included in the official statistics. Well, the thing is that what we learned during the roadmap elaboration was that regions, countries here are very different when it comes to the stage of recognizing, defining the region, the energy poverty issue, meaning that in some countries like Estonia, Poland, and Slovenia, there are some legal definitions. They are linked to wages, minimum wages, social benefits, low income, high energy expenditures, and inefficient buildings. However, in other countries like in Croatia, Romania, we find that there is a lack of standardized legal definition as indicator. So there was a little bit of a problem, but the reality on the ground is somehow captured in this little table. It's all about how much a person pays for either pays for energy or experiencing thermal discomfort or indicators types like this. What I want to emphasize is that the figures are more or less the same. They range from 20% to 30%. What maybe engineers raise an eyebrow here is the situation in Slovenia, where we can see two very different figures. I just want to emphasize this because this is in the roadmaps and it's clearly something special. It's the lowest rate is 7% for the TUI region and area, and also in Gidičevo is 23. The explanation was that this lower number is because it's in the city and not in the outskirts of the TUI region. So it was settled, and we can all be happy about this. But in any case, you can see that there is a high fluctuation there. Now, the roadmaps wanted to approach this, and we gave it a thought, and we understood that mapping, advising, protecting were good approaches for energy poverty in these regions. And first, we needed to understand that these roadmaps will shift the perspective of renovation from a purely technical upgrade, and we needed to put humans in the center of it, so it became a social policy tool. It can become a social policy tool. Types of approaching the mapping and data collection, like in Romania and Croatia. These roadmaps prioritize the creation of local databases in case of Romania, and in Croatia, they call for a formal regional register of energy poor households. The other approach was the advisory, consultancy part, the advisory and energy packages like Slovenia and Poland. Their roadmaps focus on advisory activities like home-based visits or tailored support. And also the dedicated financing and social protection in this is known region is another pillar. The roadmaps advocate for mechanisms for with very low co-financing rates. Moving on, the roadmaps found that the maps can be an engine of the national climate targets. They are not just maps, are not just maps renovations, are not just a housing issue. They need to improve, they need to go further and help achieving national targets. This is also a table which can somehow give you a perspective on what the roadmaps found. In different countries, there are different types of achieving these targets, depending on the key sector context. For example, in Croatia, it's all about the renovation rates. They want to increase them up to 4% in 2050, or in Estonia, they want a high level of emission reductions, which in long term go with a really high cumulative investment. In Poland and Romania, the context is about the energy use and emissions, so they want to reduce that. In Poland, using the sustainable heating systems, and in Romania, the long-term goal is to halve the energy use in MABs. And also in Slovenia, they want a consistent progress toward decarbonization. Their goal is that, and we might say they are very ambitious about that. 91% of MABs, they want to fully energy renovate by 2050. In terms of how the roadmaps drive these climate targets, clearly we in the project we had a thought, and as you can see, these range from technical to social aspects. For example, we need to move from ad hoc projects to data-driven ones. Then partners want to mandate deep renovation over the partial ones. They want to focus on holistic works. Thank you. Also, strategic advocacy for funding, and also we want to, the roadmaps want to align climate goals with social reality. They want to reframe it, putting also the citizen benefits in the center. Also, the assessment on the financial investments that was made during the roadmap, the assessment showed that the investment significantly are based on building size, local market conditions, and the chosen technical solutions. You can see here a range of unit costs. They quite differ from Alba Iulia, which is the lowest, to Tartu, which is the highest. It depends on the context, who wants to do what. Just a quick mention: Tartu it has a high cost because they target massive individual buildings, and Alba Iulia, for example, just a standard renovation envelope work is in mind. Also, you can see here another approach of the roadmap. The project had elaborated a digital prioritization tool, so we used it for the roadmap, and we had a building inventory, capacity comparison. So we prioritized in each region the buildings. What I want to show here is that Tartu really excels here. Basically, each region needed to to prioritize 30 buildings, but they overperformed, and they did on a much higher level. Here is just because I'm running out of time, I just want to say that here the roadmaps identify some priority areas and some recommendation. They share general goals, which is the overarching general goal is the deep renovation. The local priorities differ, but all the primary focuses are on energy poverty and energy efficiency, and also RES. Each region has a unique strategic innovation to address these focuses. Beside that, we also found that there are divergent priorities in regions. Like Slovenia, Estonia, they need to tailor based on the renovations based on protecting the cultural heritage. Poland is focused more on pioneering the circular economy on their side, and in Croatia is all about the quality assurance, while in Romania the divergent priority goes more with the prioritization of renovating buildings with constructive hazards. There are also 5 pathways forward for a unified strategy put forward by the roadmaps. Here is the high quality data and strategic planning, awareness, transparent communication. We need to frame the renovation works to the people so as they understand that they benefit from it. Social safeguards is another pillar. Capacity building also, as we said, there is a need for expertise, building managers, and we need to move forward to blended financing to have accessible financing for the projects. Lastly, as a conclusion, we understood from the roadmaps that renovation in CE countries is a complex activity, but it is solvable. There are many they face many challenges, but the solutions remain the same. Technical and government solutions remain the same, and the key is, of course, as the roadmap elaboration showed us, is that balancing high quality data, technical capacity, and deep social support structures, we can transform the aging buildings into quite human-centric ones with high quality of life and comfortable indoor conditions. This is the main aim of the roadmaps. Hopefully I have not taken much of the other presenters' time. I thank you for your attention, and give the floor to someone else if there is no other questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. No renovation project is complete without confronting the barriers, and no set of barriers is worth identifying unless it comes with recommendations for how to break them down. Eva Suba from the Climate Alliance European Secretariat has spent over 15 years bridging policymakers, experts and citizens on exactly this question. In synthesis of insights on building renovation barriers and policy recommendations, she will present what this project has collectively learned about what stands in the way of renovation across Central and Eastern Europe, and what national and European policymakers should do about it. Ms. Suba, please.
Thank you. Do you hear me well? Okay, great. So, hello everybody. Hello also in the digital space. I'm going to be your last presenter before the lunch and coffee break. So I hope you stay with me and I can keep your attention still. I'm here to present you the findings of 3 years' work in CEESEN-BENDER. This European project collaboration focused on one of the most pressing yet overlooked challenges of this region. You heard about it a lot, I think, until now, and that is renovating multi-apartment buildings where the ownership is fragmented and the residents are often energy poor. We heard a lot of numbers and a lot of ideas up to now, and I would like to take you with me in across Central Eastern European region, and I want to give you a practical lens, and I hope that by the time we finish this presentation, you can take 1 or 2 ideas with you home and make it actually happen. So the issue is not whether renovation matters, right? It clearly does matter. The issue is why existing policies are still struggling to bring the message forward and reach the people, the owners who own the buildings. The Central Eastern European context is a challenge shaped by legacy housing estates, fragmented ownership, you know, all of this. Energy poverty, we heard about it a lot up to now. But of course, investment power and some of you may agree with me, but some of you may not, limited capacities of the key actors involved in the renovation process. And the lack of policy prioritization due to the regional pressing challenges. Other challenges also exist, of course, not only renovation is a challenge, is a key issue in implementation. The message we found is actually quite simple. Renovation works when the support system works for the people. And of course, when the people trust the system. So if we do a policy, if we do a support, if we build up a support system, we must do this for the people, not for the policy documents. And that is of key importance here. So let me start with why did we do this and why is the situation as it is right now. Central Eastern Europe has a very unique historical context. Everybody knows this, who's here with me, right? And that makes renovation a challenge in all countries. And it makes it quite different from Western Europe, right? Following the urbanization after the Second World War, regime changes, politics always plays a role here. But of course, the rapid privatization, we now have a building stock across the region that is often in urban areas dominated by large multi-apartment buildings. Not all buildings in this project are huge multi-apartment buildings, but we have a very specific legacy here. And these large, aging concrete blocks, they have a huge energy demand if they are unrenovated, of course. And they are energy hungry, in many cases they are deteriorating, and these two things go hand in hand. And if you're an energy engineer, you know this very well, so I'm not saying anything new here. Another issue is that after the fall of the Soviet Union, right, we go back way back, the region experienced a massive change. Privatization became possible. It was not only a political and economical change, it was a personal change as well. People in this region suddenly had the opportunity to own their own homes. This was something completely new for a whole generation. And owning an apartment was not only a financial issue at that time, it has become part of our identity. I'm saying I because I'm not from all of those countries. I'm from Hungary, so I'm also from the Central Eastern European region. And because it has become part of the identity, it is also now a symbol of security. If you just think of young people and discussions at the table at home with the families, one of the first questions for adult young people of our region is, okay, so when do you get your own home? When are you able to finance your own home? It is still a symbol of security. And this feeling of home have shaped a lot of processes. At that time, people grabbed the opportunity really fast on a large scale to own their own apartments where they lived before, but it was not belonging to them. And the result was these huge multi-apartment buildings now owned by 40, 60, 100, 200, or even more owners. Imagine a renovation process where you have 200 owners of different backgrounds, different financial status, different family status, need to agree on large-scale, deep renovation actions. That is a governance process that is hugely complicated. We heard about energy poverty here a lot. So I'm not going to discuss what energy poverty is or what energy poverty is in the buildings we were looking at. But what I would like to point out here is that the urgency of renovation policies is especially important in Central Eastern Europe because of hidden energy poverty. What is hidden energy poverty, you could ask? Essentially, the figure, the 23.57% you've seen already in previous presentation, just to translate this means basically 1 out of 4 Central Eastern European country residents is energy poor. But because of the different data situation and indicators, they do not appear in official statistics. And what happens if they don't appear in official statistics? You cannot design the right policy measures because you don't know that they exist. So you focus on something else. You take average indicators. You could see in previous presentations, we had very different kind of ways to identify energy poor households in those specific buildings. And that is a huge problem here. Effective support requires targeted identification, tailored outreach. How do you tailor the outreach, the communication, if you don't know who they are? And of course, coming from Climate Alliance, which is basically a network of municipalities, I have to say this, locally grounded measures. Locally grounded measures means municipalities, regional actors, NGOs on site, because they are in touch with the citizens. And for national housing policymakers, if you're here today, I hope so, the implication is actually very clear. Policies designed on average assumptions risk missing the most vulnerable of us all. To be effective, energy policy and housing policy need to go hand in hand. They need to work together. Otherwise, you might reach a specific target you set out, but you actually might not reach the people who need it most. Hidden energy poverty. If you want to look up what it means, and especially what it means in the Central Eastern European region, I can recommend you later on a very good study done in 2020 that explains more. So you probably have guessed by now, what I'm saying here is that renovation is not simply a technical project. It is first and foremost deeply personal and human for everyone living in those buildings. Deep renovation requires a lot of technical steps. It requires agreement within the building, but also in the areas. And this is the policy message we would also like to share with you. Don't take it only on the technical level, take it on the human level. Standard renovation approaches often underperform because they miss this point. They focus on technicalities and forget the human factor. For local governments especially, and so for national policymakers as well, because if the municipalities have the data and the national policymakers can also have that data, there's a strong argument for really good data on a local level, based on the data, better targeting, and so differentiated support measures. If you know who you're targeting and what their characteristics is, you can communicate better, you can design your policy better. Okay, so we talked about the apartment, we talked about the building, and now let's zoom out on the European level. What are the policies that actually exist? Well, on the EU level, since the last EU government, so to say, the last European Commission, good policies actually exist. The renovation wave links renovation actually with energy poverty reduction, technical assistance, better building performance. And this makes it highly relevant for all public actors. We've also seen a couple of percentages before. 40% of the buildings in the EU are responsible for energy consumption, high energy consumption. What we haven't seen is that what does that mean in terms of greenhouse gas emissions on the EU level? The 40% of building energy consumption translates into 36% of the greenhouse gas emissions of the European Union, not only the Commission. But what we haven't heard is what is actually now the renovation rate in Europe. We've seen the targets in the building renovation roadmaps, very ambitious. I've seen 4%, right? So currently in the EU, 1% is the current renovation rate per year. The EU would like to increase this, of course, by a certain time. If you are walking along in the EU policy documents, you might know the new Energy Performance of Buildings Directive, the renewed one, actually sets out that by 2030, which is like in 4 years, the member states must renovate 16% of the worst performing buildings, non-residential buildings, though. So this means, for example, for municipalities, there's a lot to do in 4 years. Good luck. So renovation is often framed as a climate measure, as we know from the European Union Commission documents as well. But for municipalities, it is much more than that. It is about, and we heard about here as well, indoor comfort. It is about household bills. How much does all the energy cost that I'm consuming? But also, consequently, and we haven't heard this yet, it's about health, public health as well, and social fairness. About that we heard already. In multi-apartment buildings, we have many residents who do not share the same financial and technical knowledge and experience. But what they do share are their needs for thermal comfort, for better health, and for social fairness. And so in Central Eastern Europe, this is also a social policy tool, not only energy policy or housing policy, it's also social policy, because we talk about people. We talk about people who live in those buildings. So we shouldn't forget that hidden energy poverty and the households who share the same challenges can be approached in very different ways, but not only different ways, you can also reach them with specific tools and specific processes. We do have, a policy paradox if we say, okay, we have policies that work, and we have subsidies that support energy renovation. But in the same time, these policies do not reach the people who need them most. You could say, you could argue, well, we have the right conditions, why don't they just simply use the opportunity? Well, you might not have the reliable data that you designed the policy on. This is of key importance. Unreliable data will lead to false prioritization. We also have the problem of the finances, right? Deep renovation is expensive. It is expensive. And we also have to be honest, for people of low income, it could be that the renovation cost will not, the energy cost of the renovated building may not offset the renovation cost on the long term. Simply because right now the inflation rates are high and the cost of skilled workforce is also high, and the material prices, they are soaring, right? Let's not talk about the international situation. But also we have administrative weight on municipalities, on public authorities. And so often municipalities do not have the capacities to support the people. Capacities meaning not only financial capacities, but also skilled staff. And what we should never forget is that, as I said in the beginning, we're talking to people, we're not talking to buildings, we're talking to people. We need to realize that homeowners are not always aware of how their building is working, but they also may have the problem of not understanding what you are talking about as an energy engineer, what kind of steps and what kind of renovation is needed. You can imagine this as if you would talk to a doctor who explains to you what your problem is in Latin. In terms of human factors, skilled workforce, not only at municipalities who are managing maybe subsidy systems on the local level or on national level, but also the workforce on the ground who always needs training in terms of how good renovation works, but also how to communicate with the owners. I'm not going to go deep in details into this slide, but I would like to call the attention to the fact that there are existing citizen-led initiatives that are already working on the ground in terms of one-stop shops, in terms of NGOs who are in touch with the citizens, in terms of homeowner associations. We have to really make use of them and support them, not only financially, but also in collaboration. So the message, I think, is quite clear. I don't have to repeat myself. You need to reach the people, through the people, and you have to work with the people when you design the policy and when you implement the policy as well, and the support. Some of this has been already also said. As you can see, we are very consistent in this project, right? I would like to highlight, finally, our 5 policy recommendations. Again, high quality data, it's on top of priority. Without data, no targeting. You need to communicate your policy well, on a human language, and in a way that it reaches people. You need to support one-stop shops so that people can go at one place, get the information, understand the information, and know how to deal with it. You need to be able to train the people who take care of the owners. You need to be able to train the workforces as well. And of course, the partnership principle, always working together for each other and with each other. So finally, let me leave you with this. The situation is complex, but there are solutions that are already existing, and the way forward is only together. We can only win together, not against each other. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ms. Suba. Is there any questions? No? Okay. Thanks to all our presenters. And now please enjoy a coffee break and connect with fellow participants. We will reconvene at 12:30 for our second session.
I think it's here.
It's already here.
Yeah.
Right. Can I check it or?
Okay, we should maybe wait for people to get out. Okay.
Saab proovida ära. Ma vaatan, käin võtan kohvis, ma lähen ramiga pärast, vaatan, et rami kindlasti testiks.
You can go grab something to drink, and when people get out, we will try it out. Okay.
We can try it now.
Okay. Which you're first? The first presenter.
Third one.
Third one.
Just go on and go on. It's with these, yes. But and I like to know how to. No.
Yes.
Next.
This is you.
So yeah, it's mine. So
Okay.
I will go.
You can also use
Yeah.
this.
Okay. I will go with these. So. Yeah. So. Well, and here is I jump it out. Okay, I can go. It's easy.
Okay.
And then when I finish, I go back.
Okay.
Or can we switch here?
No, you have to
Okay.
come back.
Then I come back.
Yeah, you come
and
back.
how we can? Okay, easy. Is it easy
see.
or not?
Let's see. Yeah, that's it. Yes.
But it's not on a...
Molim? Dobro, nebitno, samo se probavamo sad. Yeah, okay. Just click on full screen, or I'll be here, so I can also I can
good.
intervene.
Okay. And then...
Aron, aj prebaci mi na laptop, molim te. Šta ima Zoom?
In a full screen?
Just a moment.
Okay, yeah. Okay. It's no problem, yeah? It's okay. Yeah.
Wait.
Yeah.
Where is the video now?
Yeah.
Okay, just to see what happens on the screen.
It's
For some reason.
it's playing somewhere.
Yeah, okay, right. Uh-huh. Okay, let's see.
Next.
Wait, what's your name?
Martin. Further.
Yeah, okay. This was...
Last one.
Okay. So 3 more, right?
And yeah, third one after these.
So...
It's first. Second, I think. Oh, yeah, and this one.
Okay, let's see what happens. Okay, so what we'll have to do is this. Okay.
Slow it down.
I will be here. I will intervene to help
Yeah,
you. because-
actually, yeah. It's in case if I have time because I have a lot of, and that's why I'm jumping it through. And if I have time, I will switch it on. But if I don't, then
I will be sitting there. So
yeah,
if,
good.
If it
Yeah.
comes to the playing of the video, you'll...
yeah. And then I will speak with you that hey guys, will
Yes.
help to switch on video, and
Okay.
Yeah.
No problem.
yeah, good.
So you know everything. Okay.
Yeah, I know.
Bye.
I'm here. Yeah, that's good. I have a slight rotation of sound, but it's now okay. I don't think there should be an issue anymore. Yeah. Yep, I think so. Yeah, let's just do the content only, share, and put it in the presentation mode like that. And now you should be seeing the presentation. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Let's just change on that one. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Now I have the presentation screen, but is it the same for you there? Okay. I will just check on that one. Check on the screen sharing versions. That one. Which, yeah. Yeah, let's see just on the change of slides. Yeah, I'll use the keyboard for that one, so no issue there. That's good. We got it all working in a couple of minutes. That's good. See you later. Yeah. Bye.
Okay. Yes, yes. Hi. Yes, but should I share my screen? Because I thought you will do it. Like, because okay, I can share, but I don't know how. If you tell me. Okay. 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 Maybe okay. Can I share my screen now? Somehow? So should I share the presentation? Yes? But I don't know how. Maybe. Oh, okay. Because I have this. Okay. Can you see? Okay, so now I should do. Oh. Mm. Okay. Okay. So that's it, yes? Yes, I think so. Okay. Okay, but where is the chat box? Should I? Oh, okay. Yes, thank you.
Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed this short break. Our second session broadens the picture beyond Bender. 4 short presentations, 15 minutes each, showcasing tools and solutions from related EU projects tackling renovation and energy efficiency across Europe. Different contexts, shared challenges, complementary answers. First, we have one more online presentation. Martina Roziak is an energy specialist at Mazovia Energy Agency and works on renewable energy planning and building energy performance. She will present the Mastery CE project and its digital tools for smart, data-driven management of both public and private buildings. Mrs. Roziak, we are connected now.
Hi.
Hi and
Hi
welcome.
and hi and hi. Yeah. Can you hear me? Okay. So good afternoon. I am Martina Roszak, Junior Energy Specialist at the Mazovia Energy Agency, and I am here to present the Mastery CE project, a smart management and green financing for sustainable and climate-neutral buildings in Central Europe. The Mastery CE project is an international initiative implemented under the Interreg Central Europe program. It was established to address the challenges of rising energy costs and high heat demand in public buildings while supporting the transition towards climate neutrality. The consortium brings together 5 countries: Austria, Germany, Italy, Croatia, and Poland. The core objective of the project is to support building renovation through dedicated digital tools and professional advisory services. The initiative connects the local governments, municipalities, and technical and financial experts to create actionable solutions. What is the Smart Data Hub? A primary outcome of the project is the Smart Data Hub, a digital platform designed to support renovation planning. The platform integrates technical, energy, and economic data to support investment decisions at the earliest planning stages. It enables the comprehensive analysis of both individual buildings and the entire building portfolios, which is the vital capability for municipalities and energy cooperatives. How the Smart Data Hub works. The workflow begins by entering basic building data that the municipalities typically already possess. In this layout, I am using the Mazovia Energy Agency building at Miodowa 14, as you can see. As a practical example, basic data is inputted, such as building type, construction year, and the number of heated floors. The system is intuitive. The prompts the user to automatically generate a 3D model. At the bottom, specific elements such as roof, walls, floors, and windows can be selected. A major advantage of this step is that the tool can calculate the area of the external partitions automatically, saving the significant amount of time. As you can see, our building at Miodowa Street and the 3D building geometry tab generated by the application. At the bottom, you can see the global properties section provides a summary of the calculation. What is important in this Smart Data Hub? It is important to note that this tool is not exclusively for engineers. It was designed to support decision makers such as mayors and heads of investments or the energy departments. Users can input renovation stories and the building model, such as overall investment or wall regulation, and the countdown for the future upgrades. The energy systems including heating types, ventilation, PV installation, and heat pumps, are also recorded here. And the analysis results. The platform generates concrete and clear results, including current CO2 emissions and comparison to national averages. Users can view emission reduction paths over time, assessments for compliance with the EU climate goals, and the building's energy class. The data provides a foundation for discussion with financing institutions and the preparation for grant applications. It justifies investments decision to municipal councils and residents by showing both potential savings and alignment with EU standards. But even minimal knowledge in this Smart Data Hub can provide helpful illustrative results. The second pillar of our project is the financial and economic assessment tool for renovation and construction projects. The digital toolkit evaluates economic and financial viability while accounting for ESG criteria. ESG is an important factor for sustainable financing and reporting. This financial and economic tool allows the analysis of various investment scenarios and the comparison of financing sources for public investments. The tool features automatic formulas and allows for the entry of CAPEX, OPEX, and project revenues tailored to local financial conditions for realistic results. As you can see, the tool is on Excel formulas on the right. And the financial and analysis in practice. The dashboard provides visual and numerical summarizes of financial data. It enables the comparison of different financing models and assesses a project's sensitivity to energy prices or cost changes. Most importantly, it helps determine the profitability of an investment and expected time horizon. The one-page summary indicates which financial instrument is the most effective and the advantages for specific projects. And to access these tools, you can scan the QR code and download the materials, and you can sign up for a platform and you can have access to the Smart Data Hub and to the financial and economic assessment tool for your projects. And if you have any further questions, you can reach me out via email. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, now. Okay, we have another online presentation now. Joining us now from Finland is Rami Kotliainen, Project Manager at Tampere University of Applied Sciences and Lead Partner Coordinator of the DEAP project, founded under Interreg Central Baltic. Mr. Kotliainen's work sits at the intersection of energy advisory services and artificial intelligence, and he will demonstrate an AI-powered tool designed to help building owners and housing associations navigate the renovation process from first steps to final decisions. Mr. Kotliainen, we are connected now. Spremno?
Quickly start the screen share and let's hop on to the actual presentation. Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Rami Kotliainen. I'm from Tampere University of Applied Sciences, and I'm here today to talk about the AI advisory tool to optimize the renovation process. And this deep digital energy advisory process is an Interreg Central Baltic program, program objective 7, a small-scale project, a quick sprint to the finish line. Yeah, and this is how the situation is at the current status regarding energy advisory for detached houses. So it takes a lot of time for the energy advisors to gather all the data they might need for the advisory processes. And as it goes along with that one, since the discussions can be done both by phone site, email, or even on-site visits. In some cases, it usually leads up to the fragmented information, since the advisor has some information in his or her notebook, some are in emails, some are just restored in memory regarding the phone calls. And this usually leads to somewhat unconstructed basis for the data to be. So that's what the problem was that we were facing. And then we looked for static forms to collect the data. Yeah, those can be done, but there is a problem that they cannot branch regarding the answers well. There is difficulties to probe even further information regarding the answers if the homeowner gives out some sort of answers that might need further questioning. So that's really a problem for static forms on how to function. Yeah, and this is what we came up with. Why are we using AI for the data gathering? We have a static input form, yeah, for some basic questions that can usually be asked and people usually know and are creating these divisions of buildings so we can have some base information statically collected. But then it comes up to the branching, and I think everybody understands if there is, for example, in our case, 176 questions, 7 different heating branches and so on. So there is a lot of conditional sections and feedback arcs. So that is really a tough scale to tackle with just static HTML type of forms. So we need some smarter tools to go back to the questions and further push for more information. In some cases, on some cases we can agree that if the person doesn't know, then we must still continue with the interviews. So that's the hard point. And in the end, we have a hard rule that for any case, the AI is just there to collect the information, never to advise the homeowner on any situations yet, since the AI might hallucinate, it might give out false information, it might even give out some dangerous information for the building or the user. So that is why we're looking for other options on how to do it. And never to advise. Let's leave that to the humans. I think that is something they are also, the homeowners are also looking for, is the human connection. Yeah, and for how we are creating this, we tried on different kinds of AI models. We tried Claude, ChatGPT, Gemini, Copilot, Mistral, you name it, we've tried it probably. And for those, we noted one thing, the model choice isn't that important actually. The most important part is about the protocol. All of those models could provide high quality interviews with a well-structured text-based protocol. But when we tried, for example, JSON type of protocol files, that would be regarding the AI token consumption would be easier, but then we had some issues with the quality of the conversation. So that's why we noted that the protocol is in the key phrasing. It's really a good matter to take a deeper dive into on the protocol, on how the questions are asked, what questions are actually highly important, what are not so important, how to manage those situations when the homeowner doesn't know on how to answer. And when we were testing those models, the boundary problem was realized that every model we tried crossed the line from collecting to advising at some point. So we needed quite strict rules for those. For all of those large language model chatbots, we noted that it's crucial to prohibit them from the chat to being directed out of the subject. For example, in our case, the model will not answer if you ask it for a decent pasta recipe. It will not answer on that one. It will stay strictly focused on collecting energy type of information regarding the home. Yeah. And for the conversational parts, we noted that we wanted to use somewhat of the latest models of those large language models behind the AI tool, since it was with those models, the differences were in the conversational rhythm and the protocol file. Those two together are the key issues on creating a human-like interview that is pleasant to use. And we piloted this, for example, with the Finnish Homeowners Association in April, and regarding that, the full intake of information took only about 15 minutes per case. And regarding the cost, it would be somewhere around 7 euro cents per interview, so it's quite cheap to gather the information, and it is saving quite a lot of time. Yeah, here's the AI boundary and why it's mattering. It's a good thing to focus on. This tool is only there to collect information, not to give out any kind of advice, at least anything that hasn't been approved by the team itself. So the AI does do these things on the left. It does ask follow-up questions based on the home profile. It identifies incomplete information and can even flag out key issues. It does create a structured and consistent summary. So for the advisors that this tool is aimed to help their work with, it's giving out summaries that are always structured in the same manner, and it's getting quite easy and fast to gather all the crucial information regarding that general building. We've blocked out that the AI doesn't give out any kind of energy advice or recommendations. We are looking at the moment, we're looking for a way to give out some crucial links regarding those answers. It could be defined by some keywords, for example, per link, and the AI could then go and check on those keywords and gather those links regarding the answers the homeowner is providing. We are not doing any kind of what to do lists or what to buy lists for the homeowner, since there could be some key issues there. We do not also do any kind of energy calculations or certificate information, since of course the information is coming straight from the homeowner and we cannot verify on the information if there is any mistakes on that. So it doesn't replace the expert assessment in any way. Yeah, why this is also a good idea and can be aimed also to serve the multi-apartment renovations. It's a low barrier first step. It's quite easy for the homeowner or the people looking over for the apartment building to take the intake digitally. It can be taken at any time, no appointment needed. So it's quite an easy phase for that one. It's also saving time from the actual experts, that they do not need that much time to gather the information. This is easy to scale cross-border and multilingual. Now we have this tool available in 4 languages: Finnish, Swedish, English, and Estonian. And this protocol is adaptable. So it's not locked on to detached houses. We can, of course, change the question banks on the back side. So just change the question banks and let's go for another type of buildings. And we're getting structured data for reporting also. So that's making this quite easy to develop later on for other types of buildings, multi-apartment buildings, commercial buildings, holiday homes, whatever. It's all about the question battery and the advisory context. Yeah, and we're getting close to the end of my presentation, and this tool will be available from the Interact Central Baltic website at the end of the project. We're still looking at a couple of key issues and refining the tool as far as we can regarding the timeline. And you can, of course, contact me via email or even a phone call if any questions arise. Thank you.
And now we are back on site with presentations. Estonia has emerged as one of Europe's leading examples of deep building renovations at scale. And our next presenter has been at the heart of that story. Martin Kikash is a board member and energy efficiency expert at the Tartu Regional Energy Agency, with long-term hands-on experience advising apartment associations on renovation and involvement in flagship initiatives such as Smart and City and RenoZep. He will share Estonia's practical experience with prefabricated facade panels, a technology that dramatically speeds up and simplifies the renovations of apartment buildings. Mr. Kikash, welcome. Just to find your presentation.
So, hello everybody. As told, I'm Martin Kikash from Tartu Regional Energy Agency, and I will speak with short presentation, definitely, with our expertise or experience of how to standardize renovation as a process, not only technical side, which may be more common and more understandable, but whole process of this renovation. So, and I will show why we're doing it and how we're doing it. I will skip some of, because my presentation is quite long, and after this seminar conference you can get this presentation as well. So, so I will skip some slides or just jump through to be on frame of 15 minutes. I have a little video as well, 2 minutes. If I have time, or there are time, we can see. It's about prefabricated panels renovation. But let's go. So we have, why we're doing it, definitely we have a challenge. Because our, this building stock is renovated, is built within 60s, 70s, 80s. It's mean 30 years of time, and they are aging after 50, 60 years. So there is much of buildings was built in 30 years. It means they are aging in the same time, and we need to renovate them in the time frame. Let's say 25 till 40 years. So it's a big challenge, and that's why we need to somehow to foster. We need to raise the quality of living and working environment as well. So the strategy was what was developed by our national government to support renovation. There is several options and several arguments what to fulfill in this frame of renovation wave in Estonia. And in my presentation, in the slides, you can see some, let's say, background information about Estonian situation. Approximately, it's more than 90% is owned by resident itself. It is that there is differences of meaning, difference of wishes, and differences are expectations of the new and to the renovation and renewed living space as well. We worked out energy efficiency class, which is cost optimal. Cost optimal is the class C in a frame. So in this presentation, in this slide, you can see the maybe most important part of renovation, which we maybe sometimes we don't considering or thinking because we are more technical ones, because it's easier to find out technical solutions and less complicated to speak with people and find what people are expecting. In renovation, we must, let's say, to be very close to the inhabitants, to people, to residents, to people who are living there or owning this apartment, because they are living there, not architects, not administrative staff. There are people living there, and they are living there 50 years after renovation as well. So we need definitely considering national requirements to the buildings, and the other hand, expectations and wishes of these inhabitants who are living in these buildings. And we can define these, let's say, what is the good living space, how it looks like. So how can I define my home? It is very pretty home, or is it very good home, or is it very efficient home? There is bunch of arguments, and these red ones definitely can be improved with deep renovation. I'm speaking about deep renovation because deep renovation it's most cost effective. There is many arguments why deep renovation is better, but it's not today's topic. And that's why there is, let's say, several sides: requirements, national policy, the market, let's say, push from market side, and push from citizens, people, residents side. And that's why the standardization is important thing, because why we need to standardization in short definition, it is time, quality of life, and money. So we must keep quality of living spaces in same or even improved and quite stable level. We need to renovate very fast. It means time consuming, and we need to save money as well, because we know we are not, let's say, all people are not as wealthy as some part of society. So in Estonia, the grant providers, or let's say policy of supporting renovation is going to the more, let's say, standard ways or standardization of this process. But yeah, and I mean process. It means pre-renovation stage, renovation stage, technical ones, construction site standardization, and evaluation and approving of results to measure the quality level of these renovation works. Technical side is the easiest one. because of a lot of engineers and there is, let's say, already improved, already used, and then we have experiences of renovation, so it is to standardize a little bit easier. But the other hand, our prefabricated renovation is meant and tested with these certain type of buildings. They are fit. This type of renovation, prefabricated renovation, is our serial renovation, we can say, is the most suitable for these type of buildings, because these are most of our building stock consists of these type of buildings, and that's why it's very, let's say, well or even cost effective to use such kind of solutions on renovation of these type of buildings. The other hand, despite of that these buildings are, let's say, in same typology, but in real life every building is a little bit by measures different, and that's why it's same time standardized and same time kind of tailor-made. But here you can see layers of prefabricated panel, and let's say these concept of these are because buildings are quite different in a measures and construction quality. That's why in case of prefabricated renovation, we need to measure this building quite sharply. There can be, let's say, couple of centimeters, maybe 1 centimeter only. Then 3D model will be developed, and with this model, exact model of this building, not typology, it's exact of this building, will be started to build up these facade panels. Afterwards, in video, you can see how it's done. So here is the video, and when I have time, we will check it. But it means if we're using technically this prefabricated renovation, we must know that it's cooperation of 4 actually different parts of market players. There is architects and constructors one part. Second part is construction company who will make these construction works, and the third part is the prefabricated panels producer, the company. They need to cooperate, because every building, as I told, it's a little bit by own, and that's why the cooperation between is a crucial thing. And that's why in this frame of renovation process, the joint procurement for technical design, which is drawings and justification how to do something, and construction works is procured with one joint procurement. Here is some examples how it will be done and developed, and then if we know about a little bit of technical side of renovation, the prefabricated renovation, then I will a little bit speak about the process itself and how to standardize the let's say soft side of renovation process. In Estonia, we have obligatory to hire a technical consultant. It's a person who helps this apartment association and the people who live in the building to understand whole process and let's say keep hand through this process. They are helping to make initial tasks for technical design, they are collecting the wishes and expectations of people. They are taking national requirements. They are taking requirements of grant provider, 3-side requirements, putting it together and then composing the initial task to renovate. What are our expectations? How our building must look like? Then we had what is the standardization is coming? We have, let's say, procedure and templates. So we have templates for this initial task, pre-prepared already for apartment associations, and technical consultant will just fill these very easily. It means that this side of process is made easier to owners. Then we have different kind of contracts and procurement rules already predefined. It means that again, it's easier to homeowners to key on this process and fulfill these criteria which is needed. And afterwards, definitely there is some, let's say, evaluation of the results. Does we reach this code what we put in before renovation? So there is a certain procedure how to evaluate and get the results to the homeowners. National government provider is AES, Enterprise Estonia, and the credits they are merged, and then a Foundation of Estonian Innovations, and they are providing grants for renovation, and there is definitely the other support schemes as well, but we will focus on this renovation. And how this renovation, how this customer journey is going. They are in pre-phase in how to start. There is in every county in Estonia there is experts who's helping to start the process. It's free for apartment associations to get this information how to start. Then technical consultant will be hired. It will be covered afterwards with 50%. And this technical guy is helping to fulfill these administrative things and technical actually ideas as well, and helping the apartment association through this process till warranty period. So again, standardization is meaning that technical side, prefabricated renovation, and side of soft side, it means administrative, and bureaucracy side is somehow to standardized by help and by templates and by defined procedure. So here is some technical stuff you can read, and to support even more for apartment associations, we have online portal for renovation for building, and it's let's say finalization stage. It's make home order, and there you can get every kind of information about technical sides and guidelines how to start, how to keep, how to proceed with renovation. And maybe the last, our government launched the competition through the architects that they will design competition for buildings, how buildings can be look like afterwards, because not only indoor climate should be in high level, not only construction quality should be high level, but they should be look like nice as well. So with this, I will end my presentation. If we have 2 minutes time, we can switch to the video.
Just a moment.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kikosh, for this insightful presentation. And rounding out our second session, we welcome Anna Luketic from the Croatian Green Building Council. Renovation is only as fast as the ecosystem around it, and Mrs. Luketic will present a tool designed to build exactly that, the energy efficiency marketplace from the Cross-Reno project, a platform connecting building owners, contractors, financiers, and technology providers to make the renovation journey simpler and more accessible for everyone. Mrs. Luketic, please come up.
Thank you. So the only thing standing between you and your lunch is me. Just a few words about the GBC Croatia. We are a non-profit organization with over 130 members from all over the construction sector, and our work could be divided into a few main pillars. So we are actually a connector between the academia, between the government, and between the industry. We are organizing all kinds of events, workshops, and educations about the sustainable building. We are also a national DGMB partner. And the team I'm working on is the EU projects team, where we have had, I believe, 22 projects so far, 9 of which are still ongoing. So we are covering topics like the implementation of the EPBD, some life cycle assessment, some global warming potential, some sustainable financing, and so on. We are always open for new ideas, so feel free to reach out. Last time I had this presentation, I started with a story, so I'll also start with it now. A few years ago, my grandparents called me and asked me if I could help them with their documentation and actually the whole process of energy renovation that they were just starting. I, of course, said yes, and as a young and educated person was expecting pretty easy process that will solve in maybe one afternoon. But the reality was completely different. So we faced so many challenges, from the unclear financing options, unclear, all the steps of the renovation were unclear. We have had some trouble with finding some good and reliable companies that do energy renovation, especially in a small town that we come from. And this is not an isolated case. It actually represents some wider and structural issues when talking about the energy renovation market in Croatia. So all the stakeholders, citizens, institutions, and experts are not connected well enough. And as a result, we have a complex system where citizens hardly make some timely and informed decisions. And that's exactly why I dare to say that the energy renovation in Croatia is still slow and complicated. That's the challenge we address in the Cross-Reno Home project. So we are actually working on simplifying and kind of structuring the whole process by establishing the one-stop shop models. We have already established 2 one-stop shops, one at our partner's DOOR's office in Zagreb and one at our partner's Click's office in Križevci. But today we are talking about the web platform that takes the support of the physical one-stop shops and scales it up and makes it actually available to the wider audience. Welcome to the platform. It's designed to be user-friendly and to be understandable to all the citizens if they are speaking Croatian. So you will today also get some free language lessons. So this is the homepage. Vaš dom koji štedi energiju i pruža više means your home that saves energy and gives you more. So on the homepage we have some basic information about what the energy renovation is, what it can include, and what are its benefits. We also have a solar calculator, and then the citizens actually pick whether they are renovating the family house or the multi-apartment building. So we have developed some clearly defined and easy to follow steps for citizens to follow. So obiteljska kuća means family house. And here are some main steps. So the first step would be the energy certificate and actually picking the measures of the renovation. The second step is the cost estimation and decision on type of financing. And the third would be finding a right expert or a company to do the actual energy renovation. The similar thing goes for the multi-apartment buildings, where citizens also have some clear steps to follow, but here we have one extra step because the multi-apartment buildings require some extra coordination between all the owners. The other steps are more or less similar as the family houses. And then we have the tvrtke, which means companies, where citizens can, in one place, find all the relevant experts when it comes to the energy renovation. So from designers to the construction firms that, for example, install the heat pumps. To make the process even more secure, we have developed the standardized contracts, so between the citizens and the designers, and between the citizens and the contractors, special for family houses and special for multi-apartment buildings. Here we actually clearly define the roles, the responsibilities, and the expectations of all the involved parties. And that's how we make the process even more legally secure. how the citizens actually find their companies. So here we have a filter where they pick what kind of expertise they need, whether it's some documentation, the construction works, the heating, cooling, and ventilation system, the renewable energy sources, or some electro installations. And after they pick what type of work they need, they also pick a location of their object. So, on example, I want a heat pump in Grad Zagreb. I click on the heat pump, I click on the Grad Zagreb, and the filter actually gives me all the companies that are installing heat pumps in Zagreb. At the end of the day, the most important aspect of the energy renovation for citizens is the financing. So here we have separated the financing by public calls and financing by bank loans. When talking about public calls, we have listed all the public calls in Croatia, whether they are local or national, and whether they are open or to be open. When talking about the bank loans, here our idea was to kind of unify all the information that banks provide. Here are some banks that we actually established connections. So I've sent them a template. They filled it in, so the citizens actually can, in one place, compare all the options from different banks, and then they can pick what's right for them. If someone still has any questions, we have developed tons of materials where we are actually explaining all the terms and all the processes when it comes to energy renovation. And for any further questions, citizens can actually directly reach out to our physical one-stop shops, door in Zagreb or click in Križevci. To conclude, I would actually like to return to the beginning, the process that was for me and my grandparents long, hard, and sometimes scary. I really believe today can be much easier and simpler, and that's exactly why we have this platform, to provide users with all the relevant information, support, and tools through their whole renovation process. That's it. Thank you. If you have any questions, I would be happy to answer them after the lunch.
Thank you very much. As Anna said, we have a lunch break now, and we begin our panel discussions at 3 p.m. Enjoy. please take your seats and welcome back. We now have two panel discussions. National renovation plans and social climate strategies are being written across Europe right now. But the real question is how they land in practice, in cities, in apartment blocks, in the hands of local administrators. This panel brings together representatives from ministries and city administrations across our partner countries to discuss exactly that. So our panelists in the first discussions are Mrs. Marijana Butković-Golub, representative of the Ministry of Physical Planning, Construction and State Property. Please come in. Thank you. Mr. Gregor Rome, representing the Ministry of the Environment, Climate and Energy from Slovenia. Ms. Isabella Šostak-Smith from the Infrastructure Department at the City Hall of Warsaw. Mr. Kaspar Alev, Head of Housing Policy at the Estonian Ministry of Climate. And Mrs. Andrea Sico, Coordinator at the Central Development Agency in Romania. The moderator is Miljenka Kuhar. Enjoy.
Okay. Hi, hello again. In the morning part of the conference, after the lunch, I hope you had enjoyable lunch. Okay, so we have a quite packed panel and only like 1 hour and 15 minutes, and lots of questions, of course. So as you heard from my colleague, we have really a lot of respectable guests. Some are from the ministries and some are from local authorities. And we will be discussing the first questions will be about the national renovation plans. So I will start actually with our ministry, since we are in Croatia. Ms. Butković-Golub, we heard that you are working for the Ministry of Physical Planning, Construction and State Assets, and you're actually in the sector for energy efficiency in buildings, and you're head of that department. So as we know, you have been expert in transposition of EPBD directive into Croatian legislation. So my first question would be about our national building renovation plans, and can you maybe tell us a bit about the preparation of the plans in Croatia? How has it been organized? Which institutions and stakeholder groups have been involved in the process, and how are things going in Croatia?
Okay. Yes, hello everyone. The National Building Renovation Plan is a new strategic document. It will replace the existing long-term renovation strategies. Thank you. So it was prescribed in the EPBD directive. European Commission set the framework, so every member state should prepare its own national building plans. We prepared the draft of that plan, and we submitted it to the European Commission by the end of last year. It was prepared by the Energy Institute Hrvoje Požar along with our colleagues in ministry. The public, professional public was involved mainly in the stakeholder dialogue, which was held in the beginning of December. So that recommendations from that dialogue was implemented into the document. Now the document is with the European Commission, and we are expecting recommendations and comments. Then the documents must be revised, and after that, it will be open to the public commentation. Yes, consultations. Yes, that's the word. And after that, it will be in the procedure to adopting that document as a strategic document by the government. So all that must be done before end of this year.
Thank you. Ms. Butković-Golob. I have here with us Mr. Gregor Rom. He's from Ministry of Environment, Climate and Energy from Slovenia, and they also have been preparing national building renovation plans. And Mr. Rom has a vast experience in the Ministry of Environment, but before he worked at the ministry, he was part of Slovenian Environmental Public Fund or Eco Fund, and he actually worked on advising services, advising companies and other legal entities on environmental investments, energy efficiency measures and sustainable development projects. So he has a really lot of experience from first hand how it is working with the communities and with the companies and with different stakeholders. So I have the same question actually for you, Mr. Rome. How are things in Slovenia? How did you structure the process? Which stakeholders did you include when you were organizing the national building renovation plans and doing the first draft? Did you organize maybe already first public debate before submitting it to the Commission? Or are you waiting as Croatia is waiting? And how were the relevant stakeholders included in the process? That's always very interesting to people who are not working for the ministry.
Yes, thank you. So I can just continue with the same topic as my Croatian colleague already did. So we based everything on the EU directive. So we haven't finished our plan yet. It's nearly finished. We plan to have it completed by the June this year, and then we will submit it. So in the process with our main partner, that was Institute of Jožef Stefan and other partners, subcontractors, we organized quite a few workshops, consultants or events, like conferences like this one that were focused on different sectors, segments or specialists. So we covered quite a lot of different topics. Collecting this other opinions during the public discussion is crucial to have a quality document at the end, so you don't plan something that's out of scope or to be very hard to execute at the end, or set some unrealistic goals or roadmaps. So maybe the common topic that we also have with Croatia and other, let's say, southern European countries is how to include seismic refurbishment or reinforcement of the building, because this is not an issue in the north, so they always somehow don't accept really that this is considerable cost when renovating the building. And since they don't have earthquakes up in the north, so it's really hard for them to include in their mindset that this is also, let's say, a basic thing that you must solve before you put a thermal envelope on the building at the end. This is just a final step. You can't fix the building anymore when you do the thermal envelope. So one crucial topic was also how to deal with the public sector. This is, as a state, we are in a way, a role model how to renovate buildings. So we must make a model for the rest. And then we also have a quite a deep discussion with EcoFund, because they are involved with citizens, owners of houses or flats in the multi-apartment buildings. They have first-hand field experience, so we know how to approach. We build up quite an extensive experience during these years. And then there's also a topic of cultural heritage in the building. So these are all parts that need to be considered how to approach in the renovation process of all the building stocks.
Thank you, Mr. Rome. And now we have with us Mr. Kasper Alev. He's from Ministry of Climate from Estonia. And I won't ask him about the national building renovation plans, because I have a different set of questions for him. But before I start with the questions, I will just say that he's head of housing policy at the Estonian Ministry of Climate, and that he has a lot of experience in local renovation support. And he now leads Estonia's national building renovation plans. So I will just ask you a brief comment on the national renovation plans and on the one thing that Mr. Romes mentioned, and it has been quite a public debate in Croatia as well, and this is this static balance of the buildings because of the earthquakes and the importance of having really sound buildings. So is that one of the questions also that is important in Estonia? And how was your process of preparation of national building renovation plans went so far?
Well, as Slovenia, we also haven't yet presented our renovation plan, but it has taken a lot of number crunching, which has left us with very little time for public debate and consultation, but we hopefully start consultations next week, so it's almost ready. We have been writing it in-house in the Ministry of Climate with support from Tallinn Technical University, who's our main number crunching partner in all things related to energy efficiency and so on. But for us, the plan, it builds on the previous version, the strategy. So we do put a lot of specific instruments and means into it, but roughly it will still remain the same as the number of buildings that need to be renovated. That is still the same as it was 5 years ago when the strategy was written. But at least we can put some specific measures in there, calculate the amount of investment that is needed. But also it's good that the new building directive puts emphasis on vulnerable households, and we can bring this topic better into the renovation plan this time around, which is good. But on the other hand, the buildings that need renovated, the people living there anyway are not wealthy people. So if the directive wants us to split these buildings or people apart, some of them are needing more urgent renovation than others, then maybe it's not the best way to approach the renovation in Estonia. But otherwise, the plan is going rather well, and we specifically left it a bit delayed so that the first ones will get their feedback from the Commission, and then when we present in the second round, then maybe Commission has also learned how to provide feedback better for the member states.
Okay, Thank you. And you mentioned, and since you're head of the housing policy, you mentioned that you have a lot of different strategies and a lot of different measures that you have been implementing so far in Estonia. Maybe you can tell us a bit about how these renovation strategies and support schemes actually and support measures and schemes actually translates into practical implementation at building and local level. Because you mentioned it that you have different schemes and that you have been working a lot with renovation policies.
I mean, we design our measures in a way that that the finances that we provide for renovation reach different parts of Estonia, and as we know, the economic development in different parts, different regions, different municipalities have different levels. Then we kind of separate our the percentage of support they receive, but also we 2 years ago set aside for budgets for different regions so that renovations reach every part of Estonia, and I think it's been quite successful with this type of equalization. There is a small town called Sillamäe, which is in eastern Estonia, and today there was a news on national channels that the renovation of a first apartment building in this town started, and everybody's coming to see the building in this small town. So I think in regional it's doing quite good, and locally also.
Okay, thank you. It sounds very interesting. So now I have a question for Ms. Szostak-Schmidt from City of Warsaw. So as you heard during the morning presentation, City of Warsaw was one of the pilot sites for the CEESEN-BENDER project, and what we are actually interested in. Can you maybe tell us a bit about the situation in Warsaw and how Warsaw manages to translate all these different national goals of energy renovation into concrete actions at the level of city district, especially in the buildings that we have been interested in, and those were the buildings that were built after the Second World War and before 1990s.
Thank you very much for this question, and actually it's an honor to be sitting as a representative of the local government among such esteemed colleagues from the ministries, from the partnering countries of this project. The first thing that we think about when we consider local governments and our role in understanding and implementing the national policy is actually the translation of the needs that are expressed on a broader national level to the specific needs of our constituents, of our local communities. And thus, I would like to cite one wise man who said that we put energy poverty at the heart of our policy because we want to include everyone. We do not want to make the rift bigger for the citizens of our city. That wise man was my boss, Mr. Rafał Trzaskowski, the mayor of Warsaw City, whose perspective is perhaps unanimous to so many that we see in local governments. However, it's unique in one sense. When we think about the policy, we think about how we get to create it, not just through the measures of the public consultations, not just through the measures of creating a policy from our own perspective on how we see it. What Rafał Trzaskowski did in 2022, he invited the populace to form the social panel, and he made a very brave decision, giving power to the people, literally and metaphorically speaking. So he said that every recommendation that is going to be built by the social board will be implemented in the city of Warsaw. And of course, that policy, that part of the policy that now marks our roadmap, the actual map with the milestones and 49 recommendations that we are implementing in the city, came not just from the city officials. It came from the populace, it came from the private sector, it came with the involvement of the NGOs, and most importantly, with the carefully selected group of 90 people from the general public. Not people of interest, not people who are just people from the general public. Brave, because it gives not only the voice, but allows for the focus of the particular citizen who comes from a background of perhaps not even knowing where the climate goals or where the energy efficiency goals should be going, what are the targets, into providing this round table of decision making, into translating and hearing the voices of those that are at the center, at the core, at the heart of the need for this specific policy making. So policy is a major benchmark. Once we know where we want to go, where we want to get, what are the milestones and what are the paths that we need to take, we go into the implementation. And I will not take a floor from fantastic people here to introduce you to 49 principles that were established. Needless saying, 4 years later, we are already at the 70% mark of implementing that. And I've seen the reports of our colleagues from the previous sessions, and they actually underline that we are doing something right. So yes, making policy with people and with their engagement brings amazing fruits. And 3 examples that I will give you in terms of implementation of that policy were the national goals of energy transition, the climate transition that we undergo in the green transition altogether. Translate into specific city actions. One of them, addressing the vulnerable groups, is the building modernization, but also the data-driven approach. So in 2022, we've already started a pilot project of introducing the BMS systems, the building management systems, into the public buildings. The first 10 buildings. After the first 2 years of the program, we had 220,000 euros profit or saving made on just those 10 buildings. And needless saying, within the first year, the project brought a return on investment exceeding 100%. So was it worth it? Absolutely. What BMS does in our pilot projects, it gives us the necessary data, first of all, for the data-driven decisions on where we should make implementations of specific parts of the modernization process, how we should tackle the investment process, but also it's got an automation on selecting the level of heat, for instance, so decreasing the heat in our buildings, say schools, when it's not needed, in the evenings or as scheduled during the weekends or any times when those buildings do not need such an excessive amount of heat provided for the school buildings. So BMS not only provides the cost efficiency, the energy efficiency, the climate greenhouse gases reduction, it also helps us save money. And after the first 10 that we've implemented in 10 buildings that we've implemented from 2022, now we went into 150. This is how many buildings we've got connected to our BMS system right now. And by the end of this year, we will have 299 buildings already. So, and we want more. so we've structured the funds for it. The second implementation part for the vulnerable groups is the photovoltaic program. I am happy to have received from the Warsaw Council another 70 million zloty to provide further photovoltaic installations for the city. And again, the boards, the public committee would like to foresee that every roof in our public buildings that can bear the installation of photovoltaics should be covered by 2030. We are well on the way with this recommendation. I do not need to tell you about the benefits of the photovoltaics, but of course it decreases. Well, first of all, it strengthens the resilience, the energy security for our citizens. It gives us an opportunity to challenge the price rises at the times where we can see the pivoting changes in the necessary sources of energy. Still, the fossil fuels, unfortunately, to some extent in Poland. So, and also allows us to think about the islands, the energy islands for our citizens that will inevitably strengthen our focus on any difficulties that we might be faced in the coming years. In particular due to depleting water resources in Poland, where that could lead to blackouts or any other dangers associated with the climate changes. So photovoltaic is the second type of installation, and the third one is the heating. I'm actually proud to live in a city that has got more than 1,900 kilometers of the heating network. The network, it's the longest network in Europe, and that was associated with a solid program of phasing out the solid fuel heaters, which immensely increased the quality of air. When we think about the energy poverty, we think about the poverty altogether. When we think about the vulnerable groups, we think about the citizens whose money could be translated, or expenses could be translated into so many different areas. We think about the cost of medicine when they get ill. We think about the cost of them not getting the right education because they do not get the right quality of air and refrain from going to school for 20% of the time. We think about things that will truly affect in the big cities such as Warsaw the well-being of our citizens, but also the financial, economic situation. So on that note, yes, I think I will stop at 49 ideas that I would love to convey here. I'm happy to share with you during the break. Thanks so much.
Okay, thank you. I hear that you're doing a lot of wonderful things in Warsaw. I really hope that you will be able to use some of the tools that have been created under the CEESEN-BENDER project, because that's why we created them, for people to actually use them who are working with the citizens. And now when we are discussing direct work with the citizens, I have our last speaker of the panel, Miss Andrea Sicco. I'm not sure if I pronounced your
Andrea Siccoe.
Siccoe. And she is experienced professional in the field of managing European funded programs. She has been working at the managing authority for the Central Regional Program ADR Center since 2005, and she currently works at a very, very important position as far as CEESEN-BENDER project is concerned. She coordinates the help desk that provides support and guidance to the beneficiaries of European funding and she contributes to creation of and implementation of guidelines and state aid schemes. So she does really important work, kind of field work with a lot of different stakeholders who needs direct help and support. So we have been hearing a lot about different barriers, especially during the morning sessions, and part of our work through the BENDER project was also focused on barriers that people are experiencing when we are discussing renovation, especially in multi-apartment buildings. So my question for you would be, since you have all this field experience, what are the most common administrative and legal, or legal, maybe they're not administrative and legal, maybe they're just administrative or just legal, challenges that beneficiaries face when applying to energy renovation projects, and how does your center and your help desk help them to overcome these barriers or obstacles?
Well, first, I want to mention that during this period we have multiple sources of funds available. So first challenge, I think it was to have enough staff to manage all these projects in the same time, to have resources for sure the funds for all these projects in the same time, and most of the beneficiaries don't have enough effective enough staff for doing all this job in the same time, in the same time. So this is the biggest problem. Secondly, I would say it was a high demand for contractors, for designers, for builders on the market, and it was a really a big challenge to find such contractors for all these projects. I would say it was a problem for a procedure for sorry, I'm a little bit nervous. It's for the first time I speak in English in public, so I try to organize my thoughts.
It's fine, nobody here is native speakers, so.
Public procurement was another problem we already find in practice. And for all this, we try to elaborate guidelines for beneficiaries, and we have information session, we have face-to-face meeting on all kind of topics. When they have unclear thing, we just organize all kind of session for them. We answer on request, all of kind of challenge they have about understanding eligibility criteria or implementation problems. I think this is how we work with them.
So do you think that the tools that we created under the Bender, and we have one really great partner from Romania, local partner, that they could help you in any way, for example, the ROI calculator or a digital prioritization tool, that they can help you in any way to make your life easier, or maybe to help you to explain to the beneficiaries all the advantages of energy renovation?
Yes, I really think it's a very useful tool they can use in their project, and it's a good example for the other municipality to use this work and the results of this work. And in this period we are working on planning the next programming period, and I think it's all this database they have, it will be very useful for us to identify eventually the projects we can finance in the next period.
Okay, thank you very much. So I have now another question for Mr. Alev from Estonia. So we know that besides national building renovation plans, last year was really packed with different strategic documents that member states needed to draft and then submit to European Commission. So one of these documents was also social climate plans. And I know from the discussion with your Estonian local Estonian partners that you have been very active, and that you did a lot of work in social climate plans, and that you collect a lot of data and did a lot of other different things. So my question would be, since the social climate plans are targeting both households that are vulnerable to energy poverty and are energy poor, and those that are vulnerable to transport poverty or are living in transport poverty, and now we are actually here discussing today only energy poverty, what would you say, how significant is energy poverty and energy vulnerability still in Estonia? And maybe since you have been talking about the schemes that you have been implemented in the Estonia, how these vulnerable households have been supported so far through existing renovation housing measures. If you can tell us a bit about that.
Well, our social climate plan is still in work with the European Commission. They have their own idea, we have our own idea of how we want to reach, but what we really want to do is, you could use the fund for many things, direct energy support or renovation support, investment support, and we would like to see the funds go towards investment so that the benefits are long-lasting, not just for the period when, let's say, we compensate some part of energy costs for the people. So we would like to see people in energy poverty and vulnerable households that live in apartment buildings, mostly direct the funds towards energy renovation of apartment buildings. Deep renovation, but also stepwise renovation. We're also developing an additional financing specifically for vulnerable households, so that the apartment buildings that the people live in will get the apartment building financing, but the households in these specific buildings, they get an extra financing for a couple of years, meaning that usually the energy savings don't cover the investment costs, and home costs rise after renovation. So for at least, let's say, 2, 3, up to 5 years, we can compensate the increase of home costs for the vulnerable households, so that, let's say, in 5 years' time, inflation kind of eats away at the extra cost, and it becomes more bearable for the households. So that is one new measure that we want to introduce. But I have to say, it turns out it's extremely difficult thing to do, because we have social security measures, and our statistics show that around, let's say, only 40% of people that can apply for social security apply for it. So it's really difficult to reach these people. There are fears, there's passiveness, there's pride, all different types of reasons. So for us to create a renovation measure that will be better than actual measures that we have ministries and organizations for everything, that's for us is a huge challenge. But hopefully we will have a solution in a year's time or so. Not perfect, but at least something for these groups. So that's what we're working on. But as you know, the ETS2, we don't know the future of it. If that drops out, then we don't know what happens to social climate plan, climate fund. But hopefully, even if the fund drops out, we will at least have the bones of a good measure that we can implement when we have more, when we have new funds for renovations.
Okay, so you're prepared if ETS2 system will not be implemented?
Well, hopefully we're
there will
prepared
be some,
for both scenarios, yeah.
There will be some money from the national budget.
I hope so.
Okay, you heard him, Estonian colleagues. So Ms. Šostak-Schmidt, you told us a lot about different things that you have been implementing in Warsaw, but like continuing on what Mr. Alev just said, that it's very hard to reach vulnerable communities and vulnerable consumers. I was just wondering, how does the city administration identify the most vulnerable consumers, and how do you reach out, and how do you implement the measures that you really described to us that you are planning to and that you are implementing? So what's your secret?
It's not a secret, actually. It's irony, I would say, that we live in times, I absolutely agree. We live in times where our local supermarket knows more about us than our local government officials. We live in times where data protection doesn't allow us to go into the pockets of people and their consumer choices. Consumer choices in terms of energy mean that if I own a household with where my family lives, I am the one choosing to turn the thermostat down just because I cannot afford to have the full heating for my family. That is a consumer choice, and we, as city officials, have very limited means to find out about those. So I also agree with Maria. I can see the very loud nods coming from my right side. This is something very common to all our countries. You see, in Warsaw, we try to identify the vulnerable groups both through the socio-economic lens and through the technical lens. So we try to identify the groups with the low income threshold, but also the buildings that are the most energy and thus cost consuming. And the means that we use for these specific purposes are, for instance, the social service centers that were already mentioned here. The social service centers where the citizens apply for specific grants, also for the grants for the energy bills. So they are the family benefits registries, because when we grant the family benefits to our citizens, to their families, they need to provide information about their threshold. So they do actually show the financial means. This is when we can address them, we can give them information, when we can educate that specific programs can also address their needs in terms of the energy consumption and the energy bills. Most importantly, the energy advisory services. These are the skilled people who actually provide the onboard advice to the citizens. They are one-stop shops of specialists who take a citizen by the hand and provide any information concerning what type of renovation, what type of modernization they could introduce in their specific buildings. They do surveys, they do audits, and thus find out how and what means to use in order to address the specific needs of a citizen that asks for that advice. Moreover, what's important, the advice is not crafted just for the specific citizen. Everybody's welcome. So the communal, the cooperatives of the housing cooperatives, the administrations of the homeowner associations, etc. So we do not specify who can come over and ask for this advice. Also the private entities, so the companies can also come over and receive a specific advice on certain measures that can be taken. And speaking of the most vulnerable groups and people who are often unaware or too scared to undergo any modernization challenge, we also provide information about how to decrease the energy consumption through just your everyday habits that can also render certain cost efficiency for them. The communal housing audits, the program of Elena, probably known to some of you. This is the EU funding that now allows us to do the audits at the fast pace for a vast number of Warsaw communal housing buildings. And also, interestingly, historical data, the R&D projects, such as the one that we participate in at the moment, that provide any data that can be used and is being used in order to identify the needs of a specific community. The more, the better. The more on-target situations we provide, the more people we can involve, the better results we are going to get. And you also asked me about the type of support that is being rendered. So besides the energy advisors that are literally taking people by the hand and lead them through those processes that I mentioned, we try to address the difficult issues, the legal loopholes that my colleagues from the ministries are also concerned about. And these are, for instance, the issues concerning the ownership of the property, the natural proprietors of the buildings, those parts of the buildings where the modernization cannot be undertaken as an entirety just because there is a loophole, because there are too many people or unclassified or unclear legal position of the landowners. So we are at the moment building a program on that. So I'm hoping that our next conference we will be able to provide you already with some information on how we tackled those topics. And last but not least, the energy communities. These are at the moment still limited for the big cities such as Warsaw. Poland luckily already addresses it in smaller municipalities. So we've got more than 700 energy communities. The big cities are still waiting for the legislation that's already in place to go through the Commission notification procedure. However, we are not waiting. As the city of Warsaw, we cannot wait. We are going to be ready at the moment when the Commission comes back with the green light for us to set our first energy community in Warsaw. So we are part of the SHINE project, the consortium that has got the idea of implementing one-stop shop, the actual one-stop shop, together with 2 energy communities inspired by this one-stop shop as its target. So as such, we're already thinking of implementing what's really, really important, again, giving the power to the people. So that's allowing them to take part in a fast transition that's been taking by a wave the entire Poland at the moment, and the idea of setting up energy communities, very cost efficient.
Okay, thank you. I just have a small question. Did you say that you have 700 energy communities in Warsaw?
Not in Warsaw, unfortunately. No. We have 0 in Warsaw. We cannot have any energy communities in Warsaw yet. The legal frame doesn't allow us yet. So it's only limited to the smaller municipalities. 700, more than 700 in Poland.
But they are just registered or operational as well?
Operational.
Wow.
Yeah.
I think that we have 3 in Croatia, but I don't know how many is operational as of the latest. I think maybe 1. Okay, but that's another topic for another conference. Thank you. So Ms. Butković-Golub, I have a small question, since we have been discussing about energy vulnerability and energy poverty for a long time in the national context, and it has been a really big topic in the long-term renovation strategy. Since we know now that the national building renovation plan will actually be the plan that will be the only document that is relevant for the renovation by 2050. Can you maybe tell us a bit about how does Croatia intend to address energy poverty through the national building renovation plans? What are the measures that you are planning? What are maybe the programs, or where are we standing?
So we already have had one program for energy efficiency who is tackling the energy poverty. But it was only for the small group of the households under the social care. It's very, very hard to set the criteria. So I understand what you are saying. So it's not only the income, the ownership is a very big problem. So then the legals of the houses were not legal. So then you don't have, you have not subsidized the buildings that are not legal or they are not owned by that proprietor, yeah. So we are now planning to revise that program after we transpose the EPBD directive into the law. So we do have definition of energy poverty, but that's from the EED directive and it's under the different ministry, but we are closely working on that topic. We also have the proposition for the social climate plan, and we are waiting for the Commission to approve or not. So we proposed that about 700 households will be financed through the social climate plan. So I think one-stop shops will be efficient as well. But it's a multi-sector topic. You have to involve the social security services, Ministry of Finance as well. So, yeah, very, very hard topic. From this point, it was very hard to set the criteria. So we will have to work hard on that.
Okay, thank you. But you did mention that Croatia has one program for energy efficiency in the multi-apartment buildings in the area of special state care. Can you maybe tell us a bit about that program and the success rate? How many maybe buildings have been renovated, and how did you set criteria for energy poverty for that program?
Yeah, the social services were proposing the households. So we organized the energy certificators to go to their home, actually knocked to the door and proposed that it was subsidized 100%. So I think about 200 households were under that program. But yeah, we saw many problems, mostly at the ownership level. So there was a big interest, but they didn't go through.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Rome, I know that Slovenia is one of the bright examples of the countries who have been implementing a lot of different measures for energy poor households for a long time through Ecofond directly. Recently we had one EPA lunch talk where the director of the Ecofond was one of the speakers, so she told us a bit about what you have been doing in Slovenia. So my question is regarding the National Building Renovation Plan. Do you maybe have some additional measures that you will be including regarding energy poor households, where they may be directly involved in the discussion around the development of the plan, and will maybe the renovation of energy poor households be somehow prioritized under the National Building Renovation Plans?
Yes, probably you all noticed that in the recent directives, energy poverty is like a red line following through all directives, and this is just one of many poverties that we are dealing quite at the moment. For example, just our colleagues at the same ministry that are involved in the mobility, they have their own poverty, mobility poverty. And I guess there's all kinds of poverty around other ministries like education or health. So it's getting a bit out of hand because we are dealing at the level of our substance, but then again, we are dealing more or less with the same group of people. So it's getting kind of harder every time. I guess all these poverty measures should be somehow aggregated at some point in the future, and probably we just stick to the, let's say, to our substance that we are dealing as an energy or renewables or energy efficiencies in the buildings, but somebody else should, at the end, in the future, group together, let's say, all the problems of a single person that has in different areas. Yes, we made quite a progress in last years. We adopted the regulation that defines energy poverty, sets the thresholds and everything. We started quite some years ago in the Eco Fund. First we started with public calls that were subsidizing up to full amount the biomass boilers, because this is usually the cheapest way to heat your home. If you have a basic if you are in a position that you can install the biomass boiler, it's not possible in every case. It's more or less in some, let's say, very old multi-apartment buildings that still have their own chimneys, or there are usually some older individual buildings. And then we also started supporting building renovations. We have separate public calls, and one case that we also tackled during the years was that we lowered the consent when multi-apartment buildings is deciding for the energy renovation from 75 to 50%, and in that case, there are some cases then that also poor people are involved in this, sometimes quite a huge amount of investment that they cannot afford, and to avoid blocking the investment, we cover their share by up to full amount. So they're not the deal breaker in the whole process. So it's easier to move forward with energy renovation of multi-apartment buildings. And we go also quite hand in hand with our one-stop shop team. Before we approve any this kind of this energy renovation of this poor household, it must be established that this is a sound building, it's legally built, so it's it applies for the renovations measured that are, and they also define what should be done in that case. So it's windows, thermal envelope, or the roof or whatever. So they make a list of the measures that must be done. So we're quite a long way there.
Okay, thank you. I have so many questions now regarding what you said about the energy poverty, but we still have only 10 minutes left for the panel, and maybe somebody from the audience have some questions either here or online. Alice. Do we have?
I'm the designated question asker. Thank you for very interesting and insightful presentations from all of the different countries. I have a question, is a little bit, maybe a little bit philosophical, a little bit idealistic, but that's for all of you. Miljenka will decide if everybody gets to answer. But if you can have one thing that would make your job easier when it comes to energy poverty and addressing the challenges that we're facing, what would be that one thing? And it can be anything, so don't hold back.
So sorry, question is for everybody? Okay, so I will let you decide who is first.
If I may, okay. The only representative of local governments, so let's go from bottom up. So it's a fantastic question, phenomenal. If I could absolutely break it into some parts, I would say that when I think about what's most crucial for me in implementation of any project is the diagnosis. So knowing where to go, knowing whom to speak to, knowing what the problems are, knowing what are the challenges and how I can address the needs of anybody who needs any project. So yes, if I could have a sci-fi situation where indeed we're not tackling the situation of the gray zone that Eva was speaking about in the morning, 23.7 plus. People, residents, still staying in a grey zone and not coming up with the thought that they actually need to address the idea of the energy poverty. They do not identify with it. They do not feel like they are part of the group. But because of that gap, because we cannot find, identify, and see those residents. We find it really, really challenges to address the needs of the most essential, basic level of what actually needs to be done in our cities. So yes, some higher force, the AI, something as intelligent as the local shop, just as I mentioned, that actually knows more about us than we do. Data, and once again, data would be my answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Besides data, what else do we need?
I will say money. If we have enough money, we will be able to address everyone. So whether energy poverty or the regular energy renovation. You said anything. Yeah.
I think it kind of reflects what you were saying, but I think still a good useful definition would be good. Like, what is it? Then from then on, we know how to find these people and how to help them, and also measure our, let's hopefully say, success after that. So a definition would be good.
Sorry, it's changeable. So you can be poor today because you don't have work, but you can find work tomorrow. So you are not in that position. So it's very, very hard to set the definition, I think. Yeah.
I would say if we got an access to a list of really poor people that we could directly address them, that would be much easier, because more than often they don't reach us. They don't know that we exist and we have some solutions for them, because mostly the phones that I'm picking up and people are asking for this help, these are not poor people. They're just free riders. I have an old oil boiler. Am I poor? You have money. Yes, I have. So you're not poor. That's why before I was talking about all kinds of poverties that we have, and usually every country has this social agencies or whatever they called that are tackling these social issues, and they actually are the first in the line that know poor people, and we are just some people dealing with the energy, so we don't really have a connection with them. So we're missing this link. That's why I was saying that we should somehow put all those poverties together, because they are the ones who know who the real recipients should be. Yes, and sometimes they even overlap in the wrong way.
I'll just say that we, during this program, we had one lady who was applying as energy poverty and citizen, and the energy certificate went to her home, and she was really the home was in bad state. So they put it on the list, and during the further procedure, the Ministry of Finance was checking her out, and they found that she has 2 more flats that she's renting. So we really do need to have that multi-sector connection, and it is hard for us because we are dealing just with energy efficiency.
I think measure tailored on real needs is very important to establish. We have to identify the local needs and try to adapt it to the national measure. In our country, we have we have a cohesion policy applied to regional level. We have regional programs, so in our programs we identify the needs we have at local regional at the regional level, and we choose how to give the funds for cover these needs.
Okay, thank you all very much. Does anybody else have any other question? Okay, Paola.
Thank you. So someone mentioned the ownership rights and this being a barrier and a hurdle here in Croatia. So I was wondering if also in the context of multi-sectoral cooperation, so what, and if we can do anything here, and what can we do here? How did you come across this hurdle? What's the current situation, and yeah, how can different stakeholders influence this this issue being answered at this point?
Paola, this question is for Ms. Golob, or from our ministry, or for other speakers as well?
Yeah, for Croatian context, so
okay.
Maybe someone.
Yeah, we would like to have funds to the person who really deserved it. So we, as a country, we cannot give the public money for the buildings that are not legal or they are not in the right ownership. So you will give it to the person who owns only the part of the building, and the other part is owned by somebody who is not in energy poverty situations. So we are checking them through the OIB, or we all have a number in Croatia. So every property that you have, it can be checked out. So, but it includes all the ministries, so Ministry of Finance, Social Security, Ministry of Construction, Economy. So that's why it took so long to create a good energy efficiency definition for the energy poverty, or to develop the good public call for that kind of citizens.
Okay, thank you. We have a short amount of time for one.
I could add.
Okay.
Sorry, if you would like some perspective from Poland on that specific topic, there are certain instruments that we actually use, both as a municipality and as national officials. So in terms of modernization, in terms of the streams of funds, they have been depleted in the first round of the funding. And as it turned out, very, very quickly, the companies that were undertaking the actual construction works were going above and beyond the actual energy needs of specific homeowners, etc., and thus didn't scale up the investment to the actual needs of the families or the residents. So in the ongoing project, the ministry addressed it through actually inspecting the companies and saying that these are the trusted executors, that these are the trusted investors, so creating a list of the trusted investors, which was very important in the overall process. So that was one thing. The second thing that we do on a municipal level is we structure, well, in 2024 it became of the municipal policy that we collaborate strictly with the private sector companies. So we not only allowing for the city to grow through welcoming the investors from the private sector, but also allowing to co-create the mutual space with the use of the private sector's funds. And we created the Social Inclusion Fund. The Social Inclusion Fund allows us to show where are the interest areas within the city that the investors can come together and say, I will contribute this and that in order to make that dream come true. So there are specific programs, the specific scenarios that we now implement on a day-to-day basis, just to create what local governments are great at, the common round tables that we invite multi-sector representatives to in order to address a specific issue. One of them, led by the infrastructure office that I represent for the city of Warsaw, is the idea that we collaborate and bring together the energy sector for Warsaw, which is partly comprising of the national entities, partly which are the energy providers, as well as the district heating network that is owned by the private entity, as well as many other actors and players that come together. We create the space, we bring them together, and we address all the challenges that we're facing on the level of municipality. So they are just some examples of things that we can do in order to collaborate between sectors effectively. And do not forget about academia. They're a very important player in this scenario. And the more wise decisions, obviously, the better. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Szostak-Smith, for the answer, and I think that with that we can conclude this panel, because as we learned from all of you today, we need better collaboration, and I think that we learned that a long time ago, but we don't know why the better collaboration is not happening. I hope that in the future it will, and that at some of the future conferences we will say we have a great cooperation at different levels, and there is this great interdisciplinary working group that is solving all the issues that we are having with energy efficiency, energy poverty, and all the other questions that we all open today. Then we also learned today that we need more data and better criteria to define energy poverty. And I think that that is a great introduction to our last panel of today, when we will be discussing energy observatories and how we can capitalize from these infrastructures and what they can offer us in the discussion when we are discussing energy poverty. So thank you all again for coming and joining us and discussing with us. Please give us a round of applause for our speakers today. And I hope we'll have an opportunity to see each other soon.
Thank you, Milinka. Thanks for this interesting discussion. And but diagnosing energy poverty is one thing. Actually solving it is another. This panel focuses on how observatories, monitoring platforms, and particular tools can go to beyond data collection to drive real location action. Our panelists now are Mrs. Karine Yegezaryan from Climate Alliance, working on housing policy and building renovation. Please. Come. Mrs. Alice Korovesi, Managing Director of INZEP and Coordinator of the Nexus Project. Mrs. Irina Tatu, Energy and Climate Expert at OER, the Romanian Network of Energy Cities. The moderator is Mrs. Christina Eisfeld from the Energy Poverty Advisory Hub. Thank you and enjoy.
Thank you very much. That you also introduced the lovely speakers here next to me, because I thought it's me, but we saved some minutes. Great, thank you so much. I would move on. Correct? It's another PowerPoint, exactly. Well, in any case, hello everybody. It's lovely to be here. Thank you so much for the invitation. We're gonna have short input presentations by the three speakers, and also I'm gonna present to you at the beginning right now shortly what the Energy Poverty Advisory Hub is doing in Europe, and before delving into the discussions. So, the Energy Poverty Advisory Hub is an initiative run by the European Commission. It's a service that we are providing, and it is coming from the request of the European Parliament back in 2019, before the European Green Deal was launched. So it's an initiative that is already running for a very long time, actually. And we are a collaborative network of several stakeholders. And the main initiative is focusing on eradicating energy poverty all around Europe. And we are accelerating the just energy transition in the European local governments and in the cities. So really it's coming down to the city level and also district level basically as well, what we are providing support. And the mission is to be the central platform in Europe. The structure, we are 4 or 5, let's say, consortium members. We are Climate Alliance, the core team, the Nova School of Science and Technology in Portugal, Acarion, our IT provider in Austria, and as well Ecoservice in Spain and IS4 in Italy. But it's not only us as the core team. We are supported as well by our national antennas all around Europe. I'm going to show it to you in a second. But we have also a lot of stakeholders on the ground that are supporting our initiative. So it's a lot of local communities and also intermediaries. And we also have an advisory board. And this is all the whole ecosystem, as we say, in EPA. These, you can see all the national antennas that we are in contact with and that are supporting the initiative. And I know some of you are involved who are here participating as well. The most important part is really that our target groups and is of course the vulnerable consumers, but EPA is supporting primarily local governments and cities, yeah, and also the policymakers and through all the levels of the governance level, yeah. And basically we are working with a lot of experts providing technical expertise through also the civil society organizations and consumer groups, and a lot of also about the energy agencies all around. And of course the universities and research groups that are participating in EPA. And this service contract especially focuses on areas that are severe. So we defined as well severity the last year together with the European Commission, and we identified also regions in Europe that are severely affected by energy poverty. Quickly, our portfolio, what we are doing. So we have a lot of events that I'm going to present to you in a second. We have the technical assistance that is running. We already had 2 rounds of technical assistances, and we just closed the 3rd call just a month ago. We're evaluating right now the new applications, and we're going to start very soon. And we also have next year, so I'm all inviting you to apply and see as well for technical assistance. We have also on our website the Atlas, with a lot of data and statistical data from EU-SILC, the household server budget, and also GRC data, so it's really updated. And we have practical guidelines that we produced, handbooks, inspirational cases. And we have the best practice overview all over Europe, where you can see also organizations, but also some examples where we see the best practices over the whole past years. So you're also invited to submit your own projects there if you have done so on energy poverty. We have also an extended e-learning course. It's very long. You can get a certificate as well. So if you're interested in that topic, there are a lot of experts who provided a lot of material and lessons. And we provide policy support and also direct support. This is quickly just to give you a look what kind of also event series we have. We have a big website with all the information. We are doing every year an annual conference. The last one was in Athens in March, which was very successful. We are having practitioner events. The next one is on the 23rd of June. It will be on the just newly launched Citizens Energy Package, as you may have heard, in March, and on consumer protection. And we have also the working group, so I'm inviting you all as well. You can reach out to me. We are having in June, it's the 16th, 17th, and 18th, where we present with some projects and tools that are developed, so we are not reinventing the wheel. So we're searching for practices, what has been done already in the sphere, so we are not only redoing the work, what has been already done. Yeah. And then we have the lunch talks, so we're staying connected all together with a very quick inputs of 1 hour. So this is just a short overview of the in-depth reporting that you can see on the website, the data and indicator analysis. So on each indicator you can find specificities, descriptions, and so on, also all over Europe where the countries are. And here you can see the direct support that I just mentioned to you. We have the technical assistance. This year it's going to be 50 technical assistances running all over Europe. And we have also created some guidelines. So this one is the newest. It was just launched past week. It's on vulnerability and equity. And this is a best practice handbook, I would call it. It's really inspirational cases all over Europe. It was just launched in March. And let me move on. Also, some of our latest activities is the severity that I mentioned in the beginning to you. So where we identified bottom-up, but also top-down assessment with our national antennas in Europe, where the severity is particular in, to see where in which municipalities, where in local governments, it's very severe, the energy poverty. So take a look at these reports. And lastly, we have just finished our 27 assessments of country fish. I'm showing you here the Croatian one. This is done every year from now on. It will be updated regularly. You will see here an assessment of energy poverty with the main indicators, but then also the prominent laws in each country that are tackling energy poverty. It also says if some observatories are existent or not, if some structures are existent, but also some best practices on the ground. And then also like a statistical analysis on the main indicators. Last but not least, we are as well part of the Covenant of Mayors of the third pillar on energy poverty, so we are always in contact with the Covenant of Mayors and contributing to that. You can see us if you're in Brussels during the European Sustainable Week. You can join us there. And that was a short overview of EPA and what EPA is doing. If you want, if you have some questions, you can ask me right now if something remained unclear. Otherwise, I'm gonna move on to our short inputs. Okay, perfect. Thank you. And I think the best one would be now Karine, if you would like to give us a short introduction of the CEESEN-BENDER main outcomes. Correct?
Sure. Thank you so much, Christina, for the introduction. So, CEESEN-BENDER project, the main task of us was to support homeowners in the process of renovating their buildings. And when we speak about the renovation wave in Central Eastern Europe, we need to understand that there are two very important events that defined our shared legacy. Of course, we cannot generalize between countries, there are peculiarities, but still there are common patterns which define how our cities look today and the conditions in which we live. First of all is the rapid post-war industrial urbanization, so it's the construction of large housing estates which are currently aging. And the second of all, it's of course privatization, which defines not only the fragmented ownership currently, which makes the decision-making very hard, but also our identity partially. What do we understand as a home? What do we define as home? And why I say we, because I'm also from the region, so I do feel it on the personal level as well. So, to start, as I mentioned already and has been mentioned multiple times, the fragmented ownership. So it creates a very big decision-making burden, because when you need to align opinions, capacities, financial possibilities of 20, 30, 50 owners, it's very hard. At the same time, we face the policy paradox. In CEESEN-BENDER, we have made an analysis of technical and regulatory frameworks in 5 different countries, and we could see some common patterns. How the policy paradox is created. We have a very high-level directives which tell us the vision, which tell us the goals, which define our actions, but we cannot translate the euro into de facto implementation. We cannot translate it to the ground. And why does it happen? The first question, the first issue has been mentioned already multiple times, is the data. Because in policy we do love the language, but we need the numbers. And how can you be effective in whatever you do if you don't know where to start, who to target, which buildings are the most affected, which buildings have the worst conditions. And in the region, the data is quite often fragmented, not of a very good quality, or sometimes not granular enough. So it can be this case that you have a data on a very high level, but you do not have a good proxies to translate it lower. So the local implementation is really hurdled by this. The second is, of course, financial vacuum, because let's be honest, renovation is costly. And at the same time, we have more than 23% of people living in energy poverty condition, meaning they represent a vulnerable social group. And the renovation cannot be fully offset by the energy savings which you generate. At the same time, the payback period is very long. So it's hard to attract investors when it's 20 plus years. And at the same time, it's hard to lobby for owners who struggle to make their ends meet at the end of the month, to like, hey, would you pay extra for renovation? They would say, no, sorry, I struggle to eat last 5 days, right, of the months before the salary. And of course, administratively, it's complex. And it's complex not only for the owners, it's complex for all the actors in the process, because there is no like a catalog which explains you where to start, who to contact, how does it look administratively, legally, how does it look? You're just, it's not clear. And it's not clear not only for the people who live in the building, but sometimes it's not clear for municipalities and for the experts themselves. So, and the second very big aspect is a human factor, because despite it has been multiple times mentioned, the lack of the skilled workforce, we also have an awareness issue and the lack of trust, because as a owner living in a building, it's not my job to understand the technical jargon. It's not my job to understand the condition of the building. And I cannot trust something which I do not understand, and especially if I'm asked to put my money for it. So if it's not properly communicated and explained, you cannot really trust the process. And if homeowners are not explained and guided, they really find themselves in a very complex situation. So in CEESEN-BENDER, we have made 3 big groups of recommendations. And to sum up, the first one, of course, is better data and evidence-based policy planning. Because again, we know the problem exists, we see it everywhere in our cities, but we don't know the numbers. We see our buildings, but we don't know them. So to have the best policies, the most targeted approach, you need to know the hard data, and you need to know how to prioritize it and who to target. At the same time, technical support is quite often in our field undervalued, but it should be done, because quite often, even there are a lot of support programs, but people and experts, they do struggle to apply. And I myself in practice have seen a lot of times when I was like, hey, there is this program, why haven't you applied? And people are just scared, they're like, it's complex. When I open the explanation how to apply, I get lost, I don't know. And just the technical assistance can already solve a lot. And the last point was partnership principle and empowering of the local actors, because if participation becomes participatory, if you really see the outcome of what you do, and if you are not involved into the process and the process is just imposed on you from the top, you do not trust it, you will not take part. So to sum up, we were also recommending to support the citizen-led initiatives if they exist, and also to involve more actors into the process, because it's the only way to build the trust which we are currently lacking. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Karina. Very insightful. Thanks. Also for the time keeping. Alice, would you like to present us the Nexus project on the energy poverty observatories? We are changing, but I suppose I will get some technical help in changing, please, because I don't know where this PowerPoint presentation lies. Yes, please. Thank you. Is it the master presentation? This?
Okay, yeah, this one.
Perfect.
And just well. Sorry.
Yes, stop. Yes, exactly. Yes, here I can navigate.
Okay.
I think. Perfect.
Just press it.
And then. Thank you so much.
So I'm moving with the arrows, correct? So thank you also for the invitation. It's nice to be here. As Chrissy said, I will present the Energy Poverty Nexus. It's a new project funded under the LIFE program, and actually it started in September 2025. We are almost in our first year, and actually it's the first project that is dealing with observatories. Now we will welcome 2 or 3 more projects that they are starting during September 2026. So we have something heavy in our soldiers since we are at the frontiers of the observatories. I will just share with you who the partners are. We are a consortium of 12 project partners, 2 EU-level partners, and 7 pilot countries. So the 7 pilot countries are Estonia, it's Poland, it's Hungary, Croatia, Spain, Bulgaria, and Greece. And we have CEESEN and the Climate Alliance as the EU-level partners that they are going to help us a lot with the replication part and exploitation of the project. But let's see a little bit about the project objectives. First of all, the first objective of the project, the Energy Poverty Nexus, is to build capacity so as to improve the energy poverty governance, policy making, and of course accountability. Accountability, we saw that there is something that is missing from the market, and whenever it comes to policy or data, we are missing the part of accountability. We will co-create stronger cross-sectoral and multi-level governance for energy poverty alleviation, and we're going to do that by the establishment and also strengthening energy poverty observatories in 7 countries. In the pilot countries that I have presented, the 6 of them, they are going to have new observatories. There is not such a structure. In Greece, in the country I'm coming from, we have an observatory which is there since 2014, but we will explain in a while why it's not so much performing and why there was a gap of 10 years almost. The third objective is that we are going to contribute, and this is our aim, to contribute to improve frameworks for alleviating energy poverty in the countries that we have mentioned, but also in countries that would like to replicate the methodology of the Energy Poverty Nexus that is related to the observatories. Of course, recommendation is part of our work. We will introduce and we will redesign at least 7 national policies for energy poverty alleviation. And of course, our aim is to improve, to contribute to improve energy poverty alleviation measures beyond the pilot countries, as I said. Here you can see a mix of stakeholders. As you can see, the energy poor households are somewhere not in the center because we deal mainly with institutional core, like the national ministries, energy agencies, regional and local authorities, technical advisors. We are dealing mainly with operational and market actors, social welfare services, NGOs, financial institutions, ESCOs, and of course the civil society, including research institutions, technology providers, and of course media. And everything that we are going to do with these core stakeholder groups, they are there just to support the core of the energy poverty, let's say, problem, which are the households, the energy poor households, but also considering the current geopolitical situation and other situations that happened in the past and probably other situations that will happen in the future, the energy vulnerable, because if we consider it a little bit and think over about it, is that every family is vulnerable, especially to external situations. National capacity, this is the first concept, and this is where we're starting. We are strengthening the institutional, analytical, and administrative capacity. The second concept, part of the concept, is the long-term multi-sectoral governance, and of course, we aim at a coherent policy framework. As I said, of course, we are designing and we go more than the pilot countries. So the focus of the observatories, and this is what we're trying to do currently, since we're building the frameworks of the energy poverty observatories. You see here a list of bullet points. It's for everyone, but of course this also depends on the national context and the national situation. So the focus of the observatories is to support the policymakers to define energy poverty, in the case there is no definition, or if the policy makers need to reconsider what energy poverty means in the countries that we're dealing, to prioritize energy poverty indicators so as to monitor energy poverty at the national level, because already Karin said without data we cannot move forward, and this is not only about energy poverty, it's about everything. Collect data if possible, to be able to monitor the different energy poverty indicators, and also to design probably in the future policies or schemes that are more local and regional, and not, have something horizontal in the countries, to establish formal channels for support national and other policymakers in designing and implementing energy poverty alleviation schemes and actions, and this is something that will happen with data, and of course contributing to or establishing and implementing the cross-sectoral network of experts that is required by the Energy Efficiency Directive. So the project is totally connected with the EED, and you can see here also that it's not only the EED, it's also the Electricity Market Design Directive, it's the social part, the Social Climate Fund, and of course the EPPD. These are the directives that we are working under with, and we are trying to find a way to consider whatever all these directives are saying and place them in the Energy Poverty Observatories framework. And last, you will see here that we have done an analysis. Of course, we are not going to go in depth. Everything is available on the website. But in general, what we have done as first is we analyzed the directives that I mentioned before, and we found out where is the connection between the definition and policy priority, the protections, the participation, and the funding and support. In any case, you can follow. There is no other website here. It was removed. But in any case, if you write Energy Poverty Nexus on in a browser, you will find out more about the project. And you can also find out about the first reports that have been developed. And yes, I see here people also from Estonia, from Croatia. You can contact DOR, you can contact University of Tartu and CEESEN to find out more about the project and their development. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alice, for giving us the overview of this really great project that is implementing actually and institutionalizing observatories. Very forward-looking. Irina, would you, and also Lorenzo, I'm seeing you here, you wanted to describe as well the situation in Romania about the energy observatories, which are a little bit different from the energy poverty observatories.
I will leave Lorenzo, my colleague from energy, the local energy agency of Alba Iulia, to tell you a little bit about energy observatories.
Yes, exactly. Lorenzo, please.
We have in Alba Iulia, Romania, in our organization, Alba Local Energy Agency, an energy observatory called ANERGO. This observatory was established in 2015 through an Intelligent Energy Europe project. And to be able to explain the value of having such a data collection structure locally will mean to told you that it's not only about data collection, it's also about making and maintaining long-term agreements with various stakeholders at local and regional level, especially energy data providers, which are the DSOs, local authorities, and so on. So our energy observatory was primarily established to collect data to support local energy planning, CCAPs and covenant of mayors, inventories, emission inventories, and so on, data analysis. So this is a structure that is inside our organization, and to connect the utility of this with the current project, which is CEESEN-BENDER, I can told you that we were able to implement a live data collection process from multi-apartment buildings. Myself, I was developing a method to stream the data from this air quality monitoring devices in these buildings directly into the database of the Energy Observatory. And this allow us to monitor the situation in these apartments, to perform real-time analysis on incoming data, consistency checks, and in the end we were able also to improve our advising that we have provided to these persons that were beneficiaries of these air quality monitoring devices that we placed in these 15, 16 apartments. Okay, so that is why it is very important that if you propose such structure, if you empower or create such energy observatory structure in your own territory, which can be associated with a one-stop shop structure as well, it is very important to have the flexibility in mind to accept both various data inputs and as well new technologies and algorithms such as generative artificial intelligence, yes, which is the next step in data analysis and processing, and of course outputting the useful stuff for the local authorities and for the decision makers, including these aspects on how to prioritize which multi-apartment buildings are the first to need the renovation process, because by continuously monitoring the living condition inside these buildings, you will discover that in a few months after you start the monitoring, when the season will change, when the winter will come, when the summer will come, you will see those problems, those peaks in living condition. I mean, in degradation of living conditions. Yes, during heat waves, during cold waves. So it is very clear if you just follow the data. So today was very again and again was mentioned the importance of data-driven process of renovation, and this is why, in essence, the Energy Observatory can do and support. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lorenzo. For me, also the big question would be if you're collaborating as well with the Energy Poverty Observatory in Cluj. Directly, if I may ask the question.
We do have an indirect connection with this one, but primarily our observatory is part of Energy Watch, European network of greenhouse gases and climate change observatories, Energy Watch. So you will find our observatory mainly in this network, but also in the national context, as you said. Thank you.
Thank you, Lorenzo. Okay. Somebody else has directly also a question to him, maybe. Okay, good. Otherwise, I would move on directly to Irina. If you can give us maybe a short overview of Romania, because Romania, I just recently took another look at the case of the indicators on energy poverty, and it's one of the worst cases in Europe. It's dark red, unfortunately, with 2014 Eurostat data shows, for instance, that 10% or almost 11% of the population was unable to keep their home adequately warm, but also 15% actually where households are unable to reported that they're unable to pay their electricity bills, right? So it's a very strong case of energy poverty. But specifically also in the rural areas and in inefficient multi-family apartment buildings. So
We know that Romania has implemented measures on the national but also local level related to energy poverty. Would you give us maybe a short overview how the situation is in Romania? What is, based on your experience, what kind of interventions works, what did not work? Would you like to give us that?
Sure. So first of all, the part with electricity not being covered from the electricity bills comes also from the energy capping prices that we had, and it was lifted out of the sudden. So today it was the prices were capped, tomorrow they weren't. And because of this, a lot of families that maybe they weren't accounted for will be either in gray zone, either in energy poverty zone. And I don't think they are in your status, these families, also because the gas capping was lifted and is not visible now. It's going to be visible just this winter or probably next year. So this is a problem that doesn't appear there, but it will soon be one. Locally, usually it's implemented heating aids, and that means who is in energy poverty or is it vulnerable receives from the local authorities some aid and they pay for their wood for fire or different type of these facilities, or they pay for district heating. At national level, it was also the energy cards, they are called. So basically the vulnerable groups get some help with energy bills, which because of the lifting of the cap of the energy prices capping, it's not really enough anymore. It's 10 euros per energy card. And these are measures that are easily to quantify and easy to apply, but these are not measures that take you out of the energy poverty. We also had implemented measures that are more that are structural. That means they have implemented through Repower EU measures that help the families in energy poverty to rehabilitate their homes and also to implement renewable energy systems, so like photovoltaic panels or solar panels. Now here comes a little bit of a problem because they weren't, not everywhere they were received the same, because people do not really understand what's happening and why is the city hall coming to tell me to do this, and why are they coming in my home to do this. I don't know what this panel is doing, I'm not doing it. So they didn't implement it, unfortunately. But there were also who implemented these projects. So the actual happy place or happy spot would be to have more renovation actually measures and less of these heating aids. The heating aid, it's simple, it's very fast for the authority to say, look, I've done something for you, but doesn't really help on the long run. I'm not saying for them to be overlooked or lifted or cut out, but unless you come and you actually help them to live a better life and to make their home safer, and here it's safer in terms of health, because they are dealing not necessarily that their home is a little bit colder. It is mold in some houses, or the roof is leaking, so it's more severe than we actually imagine. You're not really going to help them come out of energy poverty. And going to the multifamily buildings, sure, some of them, they are inefficient, but this is not the only problem. The problem is that a lot of these apartments are, in these apartments there are living elderly persons, sometimes alone. Their apartments are far too big for them to be able to heat them because they cannot afford it. Basically, they do not afford it. So once the building is inefficient on its own, doesn't matter who lives there. But second, it becomes inefficient because me, a single person, I cannot heat 4 rooms. But I live there and I have to somehow provide for this and for the higher expense of medicine, and with this stigma of going to ask for money from the local authority. So these are situations that are happening in Romania. And also Romania is very different when speaking about energy poverty. Some regions are more affected by others because they are higher in rural communities, or they have been more depopulated than other regions from Romania. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think this is a very crucial point also that you just pointed out about the elderly that are living in way too big apartment buildings on their own, usually in the countryside, and heating only one room. It's where they are unable to heat and pay for their bills. Do you maybe have a suggestion how to improve that situation directly, and how to question?
No, this is not something, this is a mentality situation mostly. Frankly, they should sell and move. When you live in a bigger city and you live in a 4-room apartment, basically you should sell and move in a 1-room apartment if you're an elderly person, because this is the only way that you can be able to afford your bills. But it's a mentality issue. We are not very easily selling our home in Romania to go and move in another home, especially at a more advanced stage.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, Karine, would you like to explain and go maybe more into the CEESEN-BENDER analysis and explain also to us how can be observatories able to identify actually vulnerable, not only vulnerable households, but also systemic renovation, deep renovation, and actually implementation bottlenecks? Would you like to expand on that a little bit?
Yes, thank you, gladly. I think the biggest advantage of observatory is that it's local, it's on the ground. So, and that's actually the best for, first of all, targeting, because only when you're on the ground, you can identify the better indicators, which will show you the hidden issues of the specific region. Second of all, I think observatories could be really useful to map so-called customer journey of renovation, because I think the renovation process for all the actors should be as clear as going to the shop and buy groceries. Otherwise, it just creates too much stress already at the very beginning. And I also think the great advantage of observatories is that they can be very useful when it comes to monitoring, because how you monitor the effectiveness, the best information points for you are those who are on the ground and who know on the ground what is not working. It's very hard to monitor from the top. So I do believe that observatories should go very systemically and to make the process of renovation very clear for all the actors, and also help us to find the right data and find the hidden aspects of the specific region or territoriality. Because I do believe in the strength of more territory-based indicators, which again, you will not know sitting somewhere far from the region or not living there. So to me personally, the best role of the observatories is be there and build the trust with people who are there. Because we need to understand there is also a positionality issue. When you come to talk to the owners as an expert, if I would come like this and say, hey, let me talk about renovation, you will not trust me. You will trust me if I come to you as an owner as well, or as also the person who has a home and has problems in this home, right? So I think our observatories could be the best intermediator between big goals, big vision, and the actual reality.
Okay, can I have another question towards you?
Please.
You're pointing out a very important aspect, and I think probably you've discussed that aspect already today, but creation of trust. This is one of the key points that we need to do if we are talking about really vulnerable people on the ground and how to reach out and not being on the same level. But would you have a strategy how to create trust? And I'm thinking here also maybe of alternative ways how and with what kind of stakeholders you can create trust. Do you have some, let's say, innovative, crazy ideas maybe?
Yeah.
New stakeholders that we may have been not putting on our radar for a very long time?
Yeah, I do. I
Yes?
actually do, because I think the first point is avoiding technical jargon and not pretending to look smarter than the people you're trying to work with. What worked very well, in my experience, was so-called energy ambassadors.
Ambassadors.
When the people from the community, from the ground, can go and tell, because people trust people more than people trust, in Eastern Europe especially, when people trust the government or experts or whoever. You would trust your neighbor who would say, hey, I renovated the building and that wasn't bad, right? So, and I remember working in one small city in Latvia where 3 or 4 buildings got renovated because just one very invested elderly lady, she said, yes, I just looked ugly from my window when I came to talk to neighbors, and they trust her.
Yes.
Because she lived in the area, she is at the same position in a sense, she pays the same bills, and she is the one who will live in this building. So it's not like I would come from outside, will tell you what to do, and then will never come back. And it has no consequences for me. But if, yeah, my crazy idea would be, yeah, let's make people talk to people, because only on the same level you will understand each other and you will share the same consequences.
Okay. Maybe some of you has another creative idea ad hoc with new stakeholders that we usually don't reach out to.
Not new stakeholders, but maybe it's like an indirect benefit of monitoring, because we were speaking about data a lot. And all the time we said that we need to monitor to make better policies. I would say that you need to monitor also after you implement those policies and after you renovate those homes, and to go back to those vulnerable people and tell them they are not forgotten, and you still come there and tell them how to use the systems and how to live in the renovated house. And this will trigger trust, because they know, oh, doesn't care only for this part here. The local authority really cares for me. See, they came back to tell me what's that. And this then feeds back in what Karin said, and if they see that someone from their community has been happy with the project, then you might create this snowball effect, and at the next round of projects, or if there are money again to be implemented in the vulnerable communities, then again you're going to have more people that are more willing to participate from the vulnerable community. So not exactly stakeholder, but it's a method to...
Yes. Thank you. Alice, you would like to add?
Yes, I would like to add on this. Actually, it depends also on the country context.
Yes, very true.
And definitely a public authority, a local public authority can have a say on what is happening and support. But what is happening in a country when you do not have social housing and we have multi-ownership, and even in a building with 14 apartments, we cannot have a decision for doing something common, even just to change the key of the main door.
Yes.
We need, it's a battle. So it depends on the country context, mainly how you are working on a local level, and how the municipalities, the local authorities can be mobilized, since they are not managing the money. The money in our country are managed centrally by the Ministry of Energy and Environment and the Ministry of Finance. So there is no word or saying or responsibility to a regional or a local authority. So it's a little bit confused. However, it seems that the municipalities, local authorities in Greece, they are taking action. They understand that it's important to support the citizens because they need to have a social profile. However, their hands are a little bit tight because they do not have either the technical capacity in terms of volume, not the capacity as a knowledge. They do not have time because some of them they are under, they have not so much people that they can work there. Plus, there is no money. So when you do not have money, why should be trusted by the people, and how I'm going to proceed, I mean, with supporting people.
Yes. I also heard other creative ideas how to reach and talk and create trust, for instance, through firefighters, brigades, in some local context, but also some healthcare systems, healthcare providers actually, was also talked. And in EPA we had some associations of chimney sweepers, because they are going every year. There's already a knowledge has been established actually, very good. Has been actually established a long time ago. But it remained very dormant, let's say it at least, or it was not very active, let's say. So from your perspective, so I think it was even established after the financial crisis, right? In the aftermath of the financial crisis. Maybe you can explain us what are the conditions from your point of view that needs to be there, that the observatory is not only short-term, but also is long-term and provides continuity.
Great, thank you for
yeah?
that.
Can you,
yes. Can you hear me?
It works.
Can you close this one so
Yes.
I can use this one? So super. Yes, the Greek case. Actually, yes, as you said, we have one of the first observatories. I think the first one is the French one in 2012 or 11, and the second one was the Greek one, 2014, which actually was developed when the hard financial crisis started in the country. Actually, it was 2011 that we started with to battle, but 2014-15 it was the worst period. The observatory is managed by CRES. It is a semi-public organization under the authority of the Ministry of Energy and Environment. So we have the blessings of the policymakers and the government and the ministries, actually. But yes, after the first indicators, because that was the first task, to create indicators of how to monitor and manage the energy poverty in Greece, parenthesis, Greece is among the countries with the highest rates of energy poverty. Still now, 2026, we are on the second, ranking second. We cannot pay energy bills on time, even though the financial situation is much more better. And of course, we are ranking in other indicators very, very high. So after the indicators period, the financial recession was actually the reason that the observatory was not very active. It existed, the website was there, but there is no result, no data coming. However, the last 2.5 years, it's very active now. We have redesigned and redeveloped the indicators. We have a new set of additional indicators in order to better monitor energy poverty in the country and also address regions that they are suffering, if I can say this verb, from severe energy poverty, like the Western Macedonia or Thessaly that was affected recently by the floods, the Daniel floods. And it's very, very important that recently, just 3 months, 4 months ago, we have available the Energy Poverty Alleviation Plan, which is an official document published by the Ministry of Energy and Environment. So everything is there, and now we are following the plan. In addition, energy poverty mitigation is in the National Energy and Climate Plan, the updated version, and we have specific targets how we are going to minimize it. So even though it was one of the first observatories, we had a big period that was not operating, but the last 2 years we have an observatory that is very active. However, many issues and elements are missing, and I can name a couple of them. I can name that it's a closed observatory. It's just the policymakers and the 3-4 persons, the experts, that they are managing this observatory. Stakeholders are missing. I mean, the community is missing. Though the Energy Poverty Alleviation Plan and the general mandate of the observatory says that we need to create and to develop a group of experts coming from various domains that they can support the implementation of the action plan, to design or redesign specific measures, and to have an observatory that is going to be really operational and to the ground, to the market, with stakeholders that they are very active being there. So the observatory needs a clear institutional mandate, if I may say, for the country that will also engage stakeholders. And second, I can say, because it's not clear to us from where the financing comes, so the budget lines and the financing lines should be very clear, because we don't want something that is operational for 2 years, inactive for 10 years, and then operational for another 2 years. So financing is very critical, and this is something that we would like to discuss also with within the energy poverty nexus, because Greece is a pilot country, despite that it has the observatory. And third, we need to make sure the stakeholders that were working in the field of energy poverty, that the observatory is really connected to the decision-making process, and whatever is created, data, results, schemes, or whatever that's proposed, it's really related to decision-making, and that outputs coming from the observatory are tailored in such a way that the communities will benefit from them.
Can I add directly an ad hoc question to exactly the last point that you were just mentioning? Thank you for the elaboration, first of all. But do you think that the observatory itself, because you mentioned that a lot of stakeholder groups are not part of the observatory, do you think that observatories should be independent in a certain way? And if yes, or how can this independence be guaranteed, but as afterwards also to put also the results into practice of policy design?
Okay, independence to me can be guaranteed only if the stakeholders are engaged. I like a structure, I like observatories to be structured under a governmental model. And why I'm saying that? I say that because this is one way to secure funding, because when you are a private organization and you are seeking actually projects, funds to make your observatory sustainable, you are just losing time and you are focusing on projects instead of doing the job that an observatory has to do. So being under a governmental model, under a ministry or a similar structure, this secures somehow the financing. However, they need to be independent, as you say, and in order to be independent, you need to have many voices coming from the ground: academia, non-profit organizations, social organizations, research, or whatever is related to the domain and it's working, because as many voices as you have, this is how you can secure that whatever is coming from there, it's really validated from the community, and not just from 3 experts that at that time they are working in a ministry, or they are just, you know, the members of the observatory getting paid to do their jobs, and they're just following whatever each government is saying.
Can you just tell me what time it is? How many minutes do we still have? 5:20, very good. So maybe one of the other ladies, what do you think, should also the observatories play a stronger role as well in the evaluating of the policies, and not only monitoring what is going on at status quo, but also being actively involved in policy effectiveness, in inclusion, in the design of the subsidy schemes, and if yes, how can we make sure that it's really having the bottom-up knowledge? So basically it's like top-down, bottom-up approach. How do we secure that as well? Does somebody of you has an answer maybe to that question?
I can start, but it's a more abstract answer than probably you would like. It's a more abstract answer than you would like, so because I do not have that perfect answer. Well, to do that is only through collaboration with all of the other entities, ministries, local authorities, and so on. Energy poverty, it's not a national problem, it's a local problem. So first of all, you have to see what is happening at the local level, because it's very localized and it's very multidimensional. And then from the local level, you go upward to the regional level, if there is, depending on how the country is, and then you go up to the national level, and then the national level applies its own regulation to what is happening. So in order for the observatories to be very efficient and very present in all of this creation of policies and measures, we need to have the working groups, and them to be part of the working groups. And I will conclude that the working groups are not enough, because we need to understand each other in the working groups, because sometimes we have working groups and the participants are talking in their language. I'm a doctor engineer. I will speak as an engineer in CO2 and in megawatts, okay? So the social services will speak in another language, and then the energy observatory comes and speaks in another language, and then the finance comes and says, I don't have money for you, and so on. So basically, all of these languages need to be put in one type of communication only, because it doesn't matter that we come here and we meet and we exchange ideas and we try to create this future in which we eradicate energy poverty and we try to create the measures, if our message as experts doesn't reach the vulnerable groups. They don't really understand what we are talking about. And this is the main problem. It's to take out what we speak here and what is happening in these working groups and in the policies and make the end user understand what we are speaking about. So that's why I said that's a more abstract answer than what you asked me, but basically it's communication really. It's translating every expert what they say, translated to the one that needs to hear the message. Thank you.
Yes, thanks, Elena. And Karine, what do you think? What kind of technical assistance and capacity gaps are still persistent as well? So talking about the lack of knowledge, right? What would you say, what kind of capacity gaps are still there? What you know from the CEESEN-BENDER project?
I think it also ties very well to the previous speaker, because you were talking more abstract in communication. I think we also at the same time need to talk very concrete, what does consultation actually mean? So when we say stakeholders needs to be consulted for policy evaluation, monitoring, etc., we need to define very strictly what the consultation means and how the outcomes of these working groups are considered, are translated into practice. So one of the technical assistance bottlenecks is actually the monitoring, in the sense that we just want to check the box that, yeah, we consulted everyone, that's done. No, it should be done in a different way. There should be strict rules on how our participation become participatory, how the participants and stakeholders actually, how much they are aware on the outcome of their participation. Because you would not be interested personally to come and give your opinion and evaluate anything if you don't know if somebody would ever listen to you, as you said before. Like, if nobody is listening to your language, if nobody is understanding it, why would you bother? So, from the technical assistance point of view, I think the monitoring and participation should be approached differently.
Okay, thank you. Alice, maybe on the national level, because you know you had the internal capacity building, where do you think there is still a lack of capacity? Maybe you can elaborate on that.
There is still a lack of capacity and understanding that the local needs go in comparison with the regional needs, and the national needs are totally different. So it's not one solution for all. It's a very difficult puzzle, a puzzle of 20,000, 30,000 pieces, something like that, that needs to be connected for solutions. So it's a matter of capacity in general, not for the members that they are operating the observatory, but for the other stakeholders, especially the ones that they are now trying to understand what energy poverty means in their regions, local authorities, to understand that there is no solution for everyone. And I can give a very small example of that, but I'm using this example that has been reported in Greece. It was 5 years ago. We are a very small country, you know that. In just 5 hours from Athens, you can reach the borders to Bulgaria. And of course, we have the islands. It was January 21st, 5 years ago, I think, in Western Macedonia, in Florina, we had -25, and in the island of Crete, we had +25. We had approximately 45 degrees difference in a very small country. They were freezing, they were swimming on the other side. So yes, we cannot have one solution. This is a capacity to understand the differences and the needs of each region, and especially in countries that we have some special conditions. We have, I don't know how many hundreds of islands. They are disconnected.
The remoteness.
Remote. So these are totally different needs. We have traditional settlements and villages, not only in Greece but in other countries. They need to be treated differently. We have barriers in some other houses. We cannot place photovoltaics in the roofs because they are destroying the landscape and they are destroying the architecture part of that. So another thing. So we cannot have solutions for all. Of course, it's difficult to have solutions for everyone, but we need to make a list of solutions to fit as many problems as we have, because these are problems if the solutions cannot be used by all groups that they are in need.
Thank you so much. Very impressive example with the differences in the grad Celsius. Final remark, and please be short. Imagine 2030. What is one key challenge that needs to be solved to eradicate energy poverty and to make energy poverty observatories or energy observatories very influential? What needs to be there? Quickly.
Communication, dialogue, and ability to come to this dialogue with the intention to listen and not to speak first.
Yeah, I have also 3 words, and this is stable financing, institutional mandate that is very specific, and mandatory role in shaping policies.
Thank you. Irina.
I'll just go on the local ground, to be on the local ground, to be present at the local level, because that's where you find out what's happening, and that's how you know how to apply the national policies.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. I think we have finally finished with this last panel. Thank you for the speakers for this Q&A. Does somebody has another question that is burning, or you can also ask that during the dinner afterwards? Okay, thank you so much for your attention and keeping up until now. And I will give over again. Thanks.
Thank you, ladies. And ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of the truly exceptional day. I want to express our deepest gratitude for all speakers, presenters, and panelists today, and to DOR and all project partners for organizing this conference. And most of all, thank to all of you for being here and for your engagement throughout the day. We hope to see you this evening at the Swanky Bar at Ilica Street number 50 for our networking dinner starting at 18:30. You are all warmly invited. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful evening.
Svi su vaši, jel?
Zeleni su, a ove crni,
crni vjerojatno naš.
Svi ovaj kabel.